Let's take a deep breath, relax, and slowly explore the story of spices. In the year 408, the Visigoth king Alaric stood with his army at the gates of Rome, the Eternal City, the most powerful city the Western world had ever known. And he made his demands clear. He wanted 12 tons of gold, 13 tons of silver, 4,000 silk tunics, 3,000 fleeces of scarlet-dyed wool, and alongside all of that treasure, 3,000 pounds of pepper. Just pepper. The small, dark, wrinkled berry that most of us barely think about when we reach for it in the kitchen. And yet there it was, sitting beside gold and silver in the ransom of an empire. That single detail tells you almost everything you need to know about what spices once meant to the world. For most of recorded history, the plants we now keep in small jars at the back of our kitchen cupboards were among the most valuable substances on earth. A single pound of nutmeg in 16th century Europe was worth more than an equal weight of gold. Pepper appeared in nearly 3 out of every 4 recipes in the only surviving Roman cookbook, a collection so heavy with Eastern flavors that it reads less like a European text and more like a love letter to India. The Romans did not merely enjoy spices, they craved them in a way that their own writers found alarming. A Roman writer named Pliny, who lived in the 1st century, calculated that Rome was spending at least 50 million of its coins every single year on goods from India, most of it on pepper and cinnamon and other aromatics. And the goods that came back, he noted with some bitterness, were sold for 100 times what they had cost at the source. Rome was, by any measure, addicted. But this story is much larger than Rome. The story of spices is really the story of human civilization itself. It is the story of the first long-distance trade networks, stretching from the tropical forests of India to the temples of ancient Egypt, 4,000 years before anyone had a word for what we now call globalization. It is the story of sailors in small wooden boats carrying cinnamon bark across the Indian Ocean, long before the Vikings had ventured past their own coastline. It is the story of how a simple craving, the desire for flavor and fragrance, drove entire empires to send ships to the far side of the world. Spices built Venice into the wealthiest city in Europe. Venetian merchants bought pepper and cinnamon in the markets of Egypt and sold them at extraordinary markups back home, and the profits from that trade paid for the palaces and paintings that still draw visitors to the city today. When the young Marco Polo set sail from Venice in 1271, his family already understood that the road to the east was paved with aromatic treasure, and spices destroyed entire peoples. When the Dutch discovered that a handful of tiny volcanic islands in eastern Indonesia were the only place on Earth where nutmeg grew, they sent soldiers to seize them. Out of 15,000 people living on those islands, roughly 14,000 were killed, enslaved, or driven into exile. The survivors were forced to work the nutmeg orchards as laborers in chains. And the Dutch sold that nutmeg to the courts of Europe at more than 14 times what they paid for it. All of that suffering, every burning village, every shackled human being for a small wrinkled seed that most of us today use only to garnish a holiday drink. Spices changed the map of the world. It was the quest for a direct sea route to the islands where these plants grew that sent Vasco da Gama around the southern tip of Africa in 1498. It was the same quest that sent Columbus west across the Atlantic in 1492, looking for Japan and finding the Caribbean instead, where he promptly mistook every plant he saw for an Asian spice. And it was another explorer's desperate attempt to reach those spice-producing islands by sailing the other way around the Americas that produced the first trip around the entire globe, a voyage that killed most of the crew but returned with enough cloves to pay for everything. Can you picture that for a moment? Ships full of men sailing into the complete unknown, across oceans they had never crossed, toward lands they had never seen, all because the people back home wanted their food to taste a certain way. And yet, for all the violence and greed that spices have inspired, there is something deeply human about the desire for them. Long before any merchant saw pepper as a way to make money, Long before any king demanded cinnamon as tribute, our ancestors were doing something quietly remarkable with the plants around them. 6,000 years ago, somewhere in what is now Denmark, someone cooking fish in a clay pot added the crushed seeds of a wild plant, not because they needed the nutrition, but simply because the food tasted better that way. The tiny remains of those seeds have survived in the blackened residue of that ancient meal, a quiet reminder that flavoring food is one of the oldest things we do. This is a story that stretches across every continent and every age of human history. It is a story about farmers in India who have harvested pepper vines for 3,000 years. It is about the women in Kashmir who wake before dawn to pick saffron threads from flowers, one by one, knowing that it takes roughly 75,000 blossoms to produce a single pound. It is about a 12-year-old boy on a small island who discovered how to grow vanilla outside of Mexico, a technique that changed an entire industry, and for which he was never thanked. This story will take us from the clay pots of ancient Denmark to the saffron farms of modern Kashmir, from the myths that ancient traders told to protect their secrets, to the laboratories that today struggle to detect fraud in the global spice supply. From the sacred smoke of ancient temples to a worldwide industry worth billions. It is a story that begins, as so many of the best stories do, with a plant, a craving, and a very long journey. And so let us begin at the very beginning, with a time long before any garden was planted, when our ancestors first reached for the wild plants around them and discovered that the world tasted better with a little something extra. Sometime around 4,000 years before the Common Era, on the marshy coastline of what is now northern Germany and southern Denmark, a person squatted beside a fire and scraped the last traces of a meal from inside a clay cooking pot. The pot had held fish, probably caught that morning from the cold waters of the Baltic Sea, cooked with some kind of animal fat. But there was something else mixed in, something that had no nutritional value at all. Something that could not fill a stomach or fight off the hunger of a long northern winter. It was garlic mustard, a small, unremarkable wild plant with heart-shaped leaves and tiny white flowers. And the person who had cooked that meal had deliberately crushed its seeds and stirred them into the food, not out of necessity, but simply because the fish tasted better that way. We know this because of something rather wonderful. Inside the cells of plants, there are tiny structures made of a glass-like mineral that can survive for thousands of years after the plant itself has rotted away. Researchers found these microscopic traces inside the blackened crusts of ancient cooking pots from across the western Baltic region. The pots were roughly 6,000 years old, making these the oldest known traces of deliberate spice use in all of European cooking. And the traces were found right there in the food residue mixed in with the remains of animal fats, which means they had been added during cooking, not scattered there by accident. What makes this so remarkable is what garlic mustard is not. It is not a food in any meaningful sense. It provides almost no calories, no protein, no fat. Its seeds are tiny and would have taken real effort to gather in any useful amount. The only reason to put garlic mustard into your dinner is for its flavor, a sharp, pungent, slightly bitter taste that makes a simple meal more interesting. And that means that 6,000 years ago, before the pyramids were built, before writing was invented, before anyone had thought of using a wheel, people in Northern Europe were already doing something that we tend to think of as a mark of sophisticated cooking. They were seasoning their food, and they were not the first. Even earlier evidence has turned up in the Eastern Mediterranean, where traces of coriander seeds and capers were found near ancient cooking sites dating back even further. In a cave in the desert hills of modern Israel, researchers recovered coriander seeds from layers of earth that are roughly 8,000 years old, found alongside other food remains, suggesting that coriander, a spice still loved in kitchens from India to Mexico, was already part of daily life for some of the earliest settled communities in the world. The truth is, the use of wild spices almost certainly goes back much further than any physical evidence can prove. The problem is that most spices are soft, delicate things that rot quickly. leaving nothing behind unless they happen to be charred by fire or dried out in the perfect conditions of a desert cave. The garlic mustard traces survived only because of those hardy mineral structures inside the plant cells, essentially tiny grains of natural glass. But for every spice use that left a trace, there must be thousands, perhaps millions, that vanished without a record. What we can say with some confidence is that from the moment our ancestors began cooking food, perhaps 300,000 years ago, they also began experimenting with the plants around them. And the logic of this is straightforward. Cooking itself is a form of transformation. It breaks down tough fibers, kills parasites, and changes the flavor of food. And once you are already changing the flavor of your meal by holding it over a fire, the next step, adding a handful of fragrant leaves or crushed seeds, is not a great leap at all. It is simply the natural thing a curious person would do. Hunter-gatherer communities around the world, separated by vast oceans and thousands of years, have independently come to the same conclusion. Aboriginal peoples in Australia seasoned their food with native pepperberry and lemon myrtle. Indigenous peoples of the Amazon used wild chili peppers. Communities across Africa, Asia, and the Pacific each found their own local plants to make meals more interesting. This tells us something important. The urge to season food is not something that was invented in one place and then spread around the world. It is a basic human instinct, something that arose wherever people cooked. The deeper question, and it is a question worth settling into, is why? Why do we, alone among all the animals on Earth, actively seek out the sharp, bitter, burning chemicals that plants produce specifically to stop creatures from eating them? The heat in chili peppers causes a burning feeling that the body interprets as actual damage. The bite of black pepper triggers pain signals. The sting of mustard can bring tears to your eyes. These are, in the strictest sense, tiny weapons, chemical defenses that plants developed over millions of years to protect themselves from being eaten. And yet we treat them not as threats but as treasures. Several ideas have been proposed over the years. One suggestion is that many spice compounds can slow the growth of harmful bacteria in food. In hot climates where food spoils quickly, the thinking goes, cultures that used more spices might have suffered fewer bouts of illness from bad food, giving them a quiet advantage over time. This idea is supported by the observation that spice use tends to be heavier in tropical regions and lighter in cooler ones, though the pattern is not perfect. Another idea focuses on the healing properties that many spices seem to carry. The golden root we call turmeric has compounds with strong effects against swelling and pain. Ginger soothes an upset stomach. Cinnamon appears to fight certain infections. It is possible that early people who ate these plants simply felt better, even without understanding why, and that the preference for spiced food was strengthened by the quiet observation that certain plants seem to help. But perhaps the most honest answer is also the simplest. Spices make food more interesting. The human tongue can detect an enormous range of flavors, and the addition of spices creates rich, layered taste experiences that plain food simply cannot provide. The same brain that rewards us for exploring new places and solving new problems may also reward us for discovering new flavors. Spices, in this view, are a kind of enrichment for the mind, a way of making the daily act of eating, something we must do several times a day for an entire lifetime, feel fresh and engaging rather than dull and monotonous. Whatever the reason, one thing is clear from the evidence. By the time the first great civilizations rose in Egypt, Mesopotamia, India, and China, the use of spices was already ancient. The people who built the first cities and the first temples did not invent the practice of seasoning food. They inherited it from ancestors who had been doing it for thousands of years. The story of spices does not begin with civilization. It begins in the wild, with a forager, a fire, and a handful of crushed seeds dropped into a pot of simmering fish. And from that humble beginning, the story would grow into something no one could have imagined, a story of empires and trade routes and ships crossing oceans, all in pursuit of the same simple pleasure that someone discovered on a Baltic shoreline 6,000 years ago. In the ruins of a city called Mohenjo-Daro, in what is now southern Pakistan, archaeologists have found something that seems at first glance rather ordinary, but which tells us something deeply important. Buried among the perfectly laid bricks, the public baths, and the carefully planned drainage systems of this 5,000-year-old metropolis, they found traces of turmeric, ginger, and garlic. These were not wild plants gathered from the forest. They were crops, grown deliberately in the gardens and fields around the city, part of a food culture so sophisticated that it used spices not just for flavor, but for healing, for ritual, and for trade. This ancient city belonged to the Indus Valley civilization, one of the great puzzles of the ancient world. Its cities were larger and more carefully planned than anything being built at the same time in Egypt or Mesopotamia. Mohenjo-Daro alone may have been home to 40,000 people, with streets laid out in neat grids, houses built from uniform bricks, and a sewage system that would not be matched in Europe for thousands of years. And yet, because the writing of the Indus people has never been decoded, we know almost nothing about what they believed or what they said to each other. What we do know from the physical evidence they left behind is that they were deeply connected to the plants around them, and what plants those were. The region stretching from the Indus Valley southward through the mountains of the Western Ghats to the tropical coast of Kerala happened to be the richest spice-producing landscape on Earth. By 3,000 years before the Common Era, the people of the Indian subcontinent were growing turmeric, cardamom, black pepper, and mustard. These were not minor crops. They were woven into the fabric of daily life, into cooking, medicine, and prayer, in ways that would continue for thousands of years. The oldest scriptures of Hinduism, known as the Vedic texts, were composed between roughly 1500 and 500 years before the Common Era, and they are filled with references to spices. One of the oldest of these texts, a collection of hymns and medicinal knowledge, describes the healing properties of turmeric, ginger, and pepper in remarkable detail, prescribing them for everything from stomach troubles to breathing difficulties to painful joints. The knowledge in these texts was old even when it was written down. It drew on traditions that had been passed from teacher to student for centuries before anyone thought to preserve them in words. This body of knowledge would eventually become the formal medical system known as Ayurveda, a word meaning knowledge of life. Ayurvedic healers classified spices by their effects on the body, understanding that turmeric could purify, that pepper could warm and stimulate digestion, that cardamom could soothe and cool. They did not know the precise chemical reasons why these plants worked the way they did, but they had observed across generations of careful practice that certain combinations of spices produced consistent, reliable results. And they had developed something truly extraordinary, the art of blending. This is where Indian spice culture set itself apart from the rest of the world. Where other cultures tended to use spices one at a time, adding a pinch of pepper here or a stick of cinnamon there, the cooks and healers of India developed the practice of combining many spices together into complex mixtures tailored to specific dishes, seasons, and even individual people. The word for these mixtures is masala, and though it simply means blend, it carries an entire universe of culinary knowledge within it. Consider the blend known as garam masala, meaning warm spice mix. A typical version might include cardamom, cinnamon, cloves, cumin, coriander, and black pepper. But the exact proportions change from one region to the next, from one household to the next, from one grandmother's kitchen to her neighbor's. No two versions are quite the same, and no single recipe is considered the only correct one. This philosophy, that a spice blend should be personal, flexible, and alive, rather than fixed and rigid, is one of India's most generous contributions to the way the world eats. But spices in ancient India were not only about food and medicine, they were also about trade, and India's position as the world's greatest source of spices made it the center of what may be the oldest long-distance commercial network in all of human history. The Malabar coast, a narrow strip of tropical shoreline along the southwestern edge of India, in the area we now call Kerala, was the original home of black pepper, the single most traded spice in the history of the world. Just inland, the Western Ghats, a long chain of mountains running parallel to the coast, created a special climate of heavy monsoon rains, dense tropical forest, and rich volcanic soil. This unique combination of conditions supported an astonishing variety of spice plants, including pepper, cardamom, ginger, turmeric, and a type of cinnamon bark. From the ports along this coast, these spices entered a trade network that stretched across the sea to Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Horn of Africa. There is evidence that by 3,000 years before the Common Era, Indian spices were already crossing the Arabian Sea. Ancient clay tablets from the cities of Sumer, in what is now Iraq, mention goods that scholars believe include Indian pepper and sesame. The trade was made possible by the monsoon winds, the great seasonal weather patterns of the Indian Ocean that blow from the southwest in summer and reverse direction in winter. These winds created a natural rhythm of travel, a kind of circular highway of air connecting the coasts of India, Arabia, and East Africa in a loop that sailors had been riding for thousands of years before any European knew the Indian Ocean even existed. The communities who managed this trade on the Indian side were primarily the Tamil-speaking peoples of the south, whose traditions of seafaring are preserved in a beautiful body of ancient poetry. These texts describe busy port cities where merchants from faraway lands gathered, where pepper was exchanged for gold, and where the harbor was always full of ships. India's dominance of the spice trade was not an accident. It was the result of a rare combination of geography, climate, knowledge, and culture. The mountains provided the perfect growing conditions. The monsoon rains brought the moisture that tropical plants need. And the traditions of Vedic religion, Ayurvedic medicine, and Tamil seamanship created a society that understood spices not as simple additions to food, but as essential elements of health, spirit, and commerce. When the rest of the world came looking for spices, they came to India. And they would keep coming, with ever larger ships and ever greater ambitions for the next 4,000 years. Let us travel now to the banks of the Nile, where another ancient civilization was putting spices to uses that were, in their own way, just as remarkable. In the year 1458 before the Common Era, give or take, a fleet of 5 large ships sailed south from a port on the Egyptian coast of the Red Sea, carrying trade goods and a commission from the most powerful woman in the ancient world, Queen Hatshepsut, the female pharaoh who had taken the throne of Egypt and ruled as king in all but name, had ordered an expedition to a distant land that the Egyptians called the Divine Land. The precise location of this place remains one of the great unsolved puzzles of ancient history, with scholars placing it anywhere from modern-day Somalia to southern Sudan. But what is not in dispute is why Hatshepsut sent the expedition. She wanted frankincense. The story of that journey is preserved in remarkable detail, carved and painted onto the walls of Hatshepsut's great temple near the Valley of the Kings. The images show the Egyptian fleet arriving at their destination, meeting with the local people and loading their ships with an extraordinary cargo. They brought back 31 living frankincense trees, carefully dug up with their roots wrapped in baskets of earth, along with sacks of dried resin, quantities of other fragrant substances, and exotic animals. The trees were to be planted in the gardens of the temple, where their resin could be harvested for the daily rituals of the Egyptian gods. For the Egyptians, frankincense was not a luxury. It was a sacred necessity. The relationship between ancient Egypt and aromatic spices was one of the most intimate in the ancient world. Spices touched every part of Egyptian life, from the kitchen to the temple to the tomb. One of the oldest surviving medical documents in human history, a scroll dating to roughly 1550 before the Common Era, contains hundreds of prescriptions using plant-based ingredients. Among the spices it mentions are coriander, cumin, anise, fennel, saffron, juniper, and garlic. Coriander was brewed as a tea for certain complaints. Cumin was used to ease digestion. The detail and sophistication of these prescriptions suggest a tradition of plant medicine that had been developing for centuries, perhaps millennia, before anyone thought to write it down. But it was in the care of the dead that Egyptian spice use reached its most extraordinary form. The practice of preserving bodies for the afterlife, what we call mummification, was at its heart a spice-based process. After the internal organs were removed and the body was dried out with a natural salt, the body cavity was washed and filled with a mixture of fragrant substances. Myrrh was among the most important of these, used in powdered, melted, and solid forms. The body was cleansed with mixtures of ground aromatics, including cinnamon, a type of cinnamon bark, cumin, and anise. It was then packed with plant materials to help absorb moisture and hold the body's shape during the long drying process. Myrrh was also burned as a kind of fumigant to keep insects away and to fill the embalming rooms with its rich, warm scent. The entire process could take 70 days and used enormous quantities of imported aromatics. Can you imagine what those embalming rooms must have smelled like? The heavy sweetness of myrrh, the warm woody scent of cinnamon, the sharp green note of juniper, all blending together in the dry desert air. It must have been overwhelming and also strangely beautiful. The demand for these substances drove a massive trade network. Frankincense came from the coast of southern Arabia and the Horn of Africa, harvested from a particular type of tree by making careful cuts in the bark and collecting the milky white sap that hardened in the sun into pale, glassy drops. Myrrh came from a related tree found in the same regions. Cinnamon and its cousin, cassia bark, arrived from much further away from the forests of Sri Lanka and Southeast Asia, though the Egyptians themselves probably had no idea where these spices originally came from. They had passed through so many hands on the journey that their true origins were lost in a fog of distance and rumor. The temples of Egypt burned frankincense on a strict and sacred schedule. It was burned in the morning. Myrrh was burned at midday, and in the evening, the priests prepared a special compound, a complex mixture of 16 different ingredients, including frankincense, myrrh, juniper, cinnamon, and various resins, all ground together, mixed and shaped into small pellets that were placed on heated charcoal. A Greek historian who visited Egypt described this blend as having the power to calm the mind and bring pleasant dreams, suggesting that the Egyptians may have understood in their own way that certain fragrant compounds could affect the mind and body. Meanwhile, far to the east, in the fertile lands between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers in what is now Iraq, another great civilization was developing its own deep relationship with spices. Clay tablets from the cities of ancient Mesopotamia, inscribed with the wedge-shaped writing we call cuneiform, record the use of spices in cooking, medicine, and ritual from at least 3,000 years before the Common Era. One remarkable collection of recipes inscribed on clay tablets around 1750 before the Common Era, and now kept at Yale University, represents the oldest known written recipes in the world. These tablets describe elaborate stews and broths flavored with cumin, coriander, mint, and other aromatics, revealing a cooking culture of real refinement. These were not simple meals. They were carefully composed dishes, and the fact that someone took the trouble to record them on clay tablets, which are among the most durable writing surfaces ever used, tells you how important food culture was to these people. The great trading cities of Mesopotamia, places like Ur and Babylon and Nineveh, imported spices from India along overland routes that crossed the highlands of what is now Iran, and from Arabia along the desert incense roads. One Assyrian king who lived in the 9th century before the Common Era threw a feast to celebrate the building of his new palace, reportedly feeding nearly 70,000 guests over 10 days. The records of the feast mention vast quantities of spiced foods, a clear sign that by this time, spice was already a mark of royal power and wealth. What was happening between Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the spice-producing regions of India and Arabia represented something genuinely new in human history. For the first time, what people wanted in one part of the world was being supplied by producers in another part of the world, separated by thousands of miles of ocean and desert. The systems that made this possible, the merchant networks, the shipping routes, the ways of storing and financing goods, were the very earliest ancestors of the global economy we know today. And at the heart of all of it, driving the caravans across the desert and the ships across the sea, were small quantities of dried plant material, whose only real purpose was to make food taste better, the dead smell sweeter, and the gods feel closer. Those same forces would soon drive one of the most extraordinary deceptions in the history of trade, a lie so successful that it lasted for over 1,000 years. The Greek historian Herodotus, writing in the 5th century before the Common Era, had a problem. He knew that cinnamon existed. He knew that it came from Arabia, or at least that was what the merchants who sold it claimed. But when he asked those merchants exactly how they got hold of it, the stories they told were, even by the generous standards of ancient storytelling, deeply strange. Cinnamon, the merchants explained, was gathered from the nests of enormous birds. These birds, which the traders gave a special name, built their nests on the faces of sheer cliffs, using sticks of cinnamon bark gathered from an unknown source. The only way to obtain the cinnamon was to cut large oxen into heavy pieces, lay them at the base of the cliffs, and retreat to a safe distance. The great birds would swoop down to carry the meat back to their nests, but the weight of the carcasses would cause the nests to break away from the cliff face and crash to the ground, scattering cinnamon bark everywhere for the merchants to collect. Herodotus wrote this down faithfully. He also recorded another equally wild story about how a close relative of cinnamon was harvested from a shallow lake guarded by winged serpents. The merchants who went to gather it, he wrote, had to wrap their entire bodies in thick animal hide, leaving only their eyes uncovered to protect themselves from the creature's bites. Now, these were not the idle tales of a gullible traveler. They were deliberate, carefully crafted lies told by Arabian and Indian middlemen who understood a very important principle. The true source of their most valuable goods had to be kept secret at all costs. If their customers ever discovered where cinnamon actually came from, they might try to go and get it themselves. The real story of how cinnamon reached the ancient Mediterranean is, if anything, more extraordinary than the myths that hid it. True cinnamon is native to the island of Sri Lanka. Its close relative cassia bark grows in southern China, Vietnam, and Indonesia. Neither plant exists anywhere in Arabia, and yet both were reaching Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the lands around the Mediterranean by at least 2,000 years before the Common Era and possibly much earlier. The answer to how this was possible lies with the greatest seafaring people of the ancient world, a people whose achievements have been largely forgotten. The ancestors of the modern populations of Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Madagascar developed the most advanced sailing technology of the pre-classical age. Using boats with double outriggers and sails woven from plant fibers, they were crossing the open waters of the Indian Ocean as early as 1,500 years before the Common Era. These were not short coastal hops. These were open ocean voyages, thousands of miles across empty water, guided by the stars, the currents, and a knowledge of the sea that had been passed down through countless generations. The evidence for these extraordinary voyages comes from several places. The language spoken on the island of Madagascar, off the southeast coast of Africa, is closely related to a language spoken on the island of Borneo in Southeast Asia, thousands of miles to the east. This can only mean that people from the islands of Southeast Asia sailed all the way across the Indian Ocean and settled there. The temple carvings on the island of Java depict large, seagoing sailing vessels capable of ocean crossings. And the distribution of certain crops, like the banana and the coconut, which originated in Southeast Asia but were growing in East Africa well over 2,000 years ago, provides further evidence of regular contact across this vast ocean. The route that cinnamon followed from its homeland to the ancient Mediterranean has been called the cinnamon route, and it was almost certainly a journey made in stages, passing through many hands. Traders from the islands of Southeast Asia carried cinnamon bark westward across the Indian Ocean to the coast of East Africa and the southern tip of the Arabian Peninsula. There, the cargo was handed off to Arabian and East African traders who carried it northward, along the coast and overland through the Arabian interior to the ports of the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf. From there, it was shipped to Egypt and the cities of the Levant. The Arabian middlemen who handled the final legs of this journey had an overwhelming reason to keep the true source a secret. If their Egyptian and Greek customers ever realized that cinnamon came from a specific island in the Indian Ocean, rather than from magical bird nests on Arabian cliffs, they might try to cut out the middlemen entirely. The myths of the cinnamon birds and the serpent-guarded lake were the world's first exercise in protecting a trade secret, elaborate fictions designed to maintain a profitable arrangement that lasted for over 1,000 years. A Roman writer named Pliny, centuries later, was one of the first to see through the deception. He noted dryly that the stories about cinnamon being collected from bird nests were nothing more than fiction, made up to justify higher prices. By Pliny's time, the Romans had begun to establish more direct trading relationships with India, and the true origins of cinnamon were becoming known. But even after the myths were exposed, the basic structure of the trade, with multiple middlemen adding cost at each stage, persisted for centuries more. Think about that for a moment. A piece of dried tree bark harvested on an island in the Indian Ocean, carried across thousands of miles of open water in a small wooden boat, handed from trader to trader across deserts and seas until it reached a temple in Egypt or a kitchen in Rome. A journey of more than 10,000 miles, sustained for at least 2,000 years before anyone even wrote about it. And all of it hidden behind a story about giant birds and winged serpents. The cinnamon trade was a demonstration of two very human qualities. The first is our extraordinary ability to build networks of cooperation and exchange that span entire oceans. The second is our equally extraordinary willingness to lie about it when there is money to be made. And now let us turn our attention eastward, to a part of the world where other spices were growing on tiny volcanic islands, spices that would one day be valued more highly than gold itself. In an ancient tomb from the 7th or 6th century before the Common Era, somewhere in China, archaeologists made a discovery that might seem unremarkable at first, but which tells us something rather beautiful about how deeply the Chinese valued their spices. Inside a bronze basin, placed among the treasures meant to accompany the dead into the afterlife, they found a large quantity of Sichuan peppercorns. Not gold, not jade, not silk or weapons, peppercorns. The small reddish-brown husks of a plant native to the mountains of Western China, considered precious enough to serve as a gift for eternity. This discovery confirms what ancient Chinese writings have long suggested, that the use of spices in China stretches back at least 3,000 years. One of the oldest collections of Chinese poetry, compiled between the 11th and 7th centuries before the Common Era, mentions Sichuan peppercorns and cassia bark in ways that suggest both everyday cooking and sacred ritual. Another collection of poems from the southern state of Chu describes a pepper sauce made by soaking the peppercorns in vinegar and speaks of cassia bark wine as an offering to the gods. These are not casual references. They point to a world in which spices were not merely pleasant additions to a meal, but carriers of deep cultural and spiritual meaning. China's own native spice palette was quite different from India's. Where India's great spices were tropical plants that thrived in the heat and humidity of the Western Ghats, China built its spice culture around plants that could grow in cooler, more temperate climates. Sichuan pepper was the cornerstone, and its flavor is unlike anything else in the world. Instead of the sharp heat of black pepper, it produces a strange, tingling, numbing sensation on the tongue, almost as if a gentle electric current were passing through your lips. Cassia bark, harvested from trees, native to southern China, offered a sweet, warm flavor similar to true cinnamon, but bolder and less delicate. Star anise, the beautiful 8-pointed seed pod of a tree native to southern China and northern Vietnam, contributed a distinctive flavor reminiscent of licorice. And ginger, which originally came from the tropical forests of Southeast Asia, but was cultivated in China from an early date, added fire and warmth. Together, these ingredients would eventually come together in one of the most recognizable spice blends in the world, a mixture of 5 spices that became a defining part of Chinese cooking. The blend was not designed simply to taste good, though it does. It was designed according to a philosophy of balance and harmony that runs through all of Chinese thought. Each of the 5 spices was understood to represent one of the 5 fundamental flavors: sweet, sour, bitter, salty, and pungent, and together they created a kind of miniature model of the universe on your tongue, everything in balance, everything in its proper place. But China's role in the story of spices extends far beyond its own borders. The islands of Southeast Asia, scattered across the warm waters between the Pacific and Indian Oceans, were the exclusive source of some of the most precious spices the world has ever known. The Moluccas, a scattered chain of small volcanic islands in what is now eastern Indonesia, were the only place on Earth where clove trees grew naturally. The Banda Islands, a cluster of 10 tiny volcanic specks roughly 2,000 kilometers east of Java, were the sole source of both nutmeg and mace. For thousands of years, before anyone in Europe or the Middle East had any idea where these spices came from, they were being harvested and traded through networks that connected these remote islands with the great civilizations of the mainland. The age of this trade is quietly remarkable. The oldest evidence of humans using nutmeg comes from pottery fragments found on a tiny island in the Banda group, dating to roughly 3,500 years ago. By the 3rd century before the Common Era, cloves had reached the Chinese court, where they were put to a use that reveals just how highly they were valued. Courtiers who had an audience with the emperor were required to hold cloves in their mouths while speaking. This was not about cooking. It was about freshening the breath in the presence of the most powerful person in the known world. The fact that a spice from a tiny island thousands of miles away was considered essential for such an intimate personal purpose tells you something about how far and how deeply the spice trade had already reached. The people who connected these remote islands with the wider world were the same great seafarers we met in the story of cinnamon. These sailors and traders from the islands of Southeast Asia had been navigating the open ocean in outrigger boats for centuries, and they established trading routes connecting the spice-producing islands with the coast of India and Sri Lanka as early as 1,500 years before the Common Era. This was the first link in a chain that would eventually stretch all the way to the temples of Rome. For centuries, Arab traders managed to keep the location of these islands a secret from the rest of the world, maintaining a profitable arrangement that enriched the port cities of the Malay Peninsula and the trading towns along the Arabian coast. The true origin of cloves and nutmeg remained unknown to Europeans until the early 1500s, when Portuguese ships, following in the wake of Vasco da Gama's historic voyage, finally pierced the veil of secrecy and reached the islands themselves. What they found there, a handful of tiny volcanic specks producing substances worth more than gold, would set off a scramble for control that would reshape the politics of 3 continents. But that story belongs to a later chapter. For now, the point is this. Long before any European ship had ventured east of the southern tip of Africa, the spice roads of China and Southeast Asia were among the most important trade routes on Earth. They connected small-scale farmers on remote volcanic islands with the courts and markets of China, India, Arabia, and East Africa. They moved nutmeg and cloves across oceans and through the hands of dozens of middlemen, each adding value and secrecy as the spices traveled further from their source. And they made these tiny, distant islands, despite their small size and their remoteness, some of the most strategically important places in the world. And now let us turn westward to a civilization that would develop an appetite for these eastern spices so enormous that it would reshape the economy of the ancient world. When the Greek physician Hippocrates, often called the father of Western medicine, sat down to write about health and disease in the 5th century before the Common Era, he reached for pepper. Not as a flavoring for his dinner, but as a treatment. He prescribed black pepper mixed with honey and vinegar for various ailments. He recommended it for breathing difficulties. He considered it a warming substance that could help the body fight off cold and dampness. In doing so, he was drawing on a body of knowledge about Indian spices that had been quietly filtering into the Greek world for a very long time, carried along the same trade routes that brought silk and precious metals from the East. The Greeks' encounter with the full range of Indian spices accelerated sharply in 326 before the Common Era, when Alexander the Great led his army across the mountains and into the Punjab, the northwestern edge of India. Alexander's campaign there was a military disappointment, in the sense that his exhausted soldiers eventually refused to march any further east. But it was a cultural awakening. For the first time, Greek soldiers, scholars, and officials came face to face with the spice-rich world of the Indian subcontinent. They saw pepper growing on vines in tropical gardens. They tasted cardamom and cinnamon in bustling marketplaces. They encountered flavors that had no equivalent in anything they had known back home. And when they returned to the Mediterranean world, they brought with them not just descriptions and samples, but an appetite for Eastern flavors that would transform the way an entire civilization ate. It was Rome, though, that turned this appetite into one of the largest commercial enterprises of the ancient world. By the 1st century of the Common Era, Rome was consuming spices on a scale that astonished even its own people. The writer Pliny estimated that India drained Rome of at least 50 million coins every single year, and he considered this an outrage. This was not simply an expense. It was a one-sided exchange, because Rome produced almost nothing that India wanted in return, except for gold and silver. Roman coins have been found in enormous numbers at sites across southern India, especially in Kerala, silent evidence of Roman wealth flowing eastward in exchange for pepper and cinnamon and other fragrant goods. The scale of the operation was remarkable. A Greek geographer reported that Rome sent roughly 120 ships on the annual voyage to India and back. These were not small boats. They were large merchant vessels, capable of carrying hundreds of tons of cargo, and they made the crossing by riding the great seasonal winds of the Indian Ocean. The ships departed from ports on the Egyptian coast of the Red Sea during the summer, when the winds blew toward India. After loading their cargo of pepper and other spices, they waited for the winds to reverse in winter and carry them home. From the Red Sea, the goods were loaded onto camels, carried across the desert to the Nile, floated by barge to the great port of Alexandria, and then shipped across the Mediterranean to Italy. In Rome itself, the spice trade was large enough to have its own dedicated quarter of the city. Great pepper warehouses, known by their Latin name, stood guarded and closely watched, where merchants stored, inspected, and sold their precious cargo. Pepper was so important to the Roman economy that it was not just a luxury. It was a kind of currency. It could be used to pay debts, settle accounts, and even, as we heard at the very start of our story, ransom a city from an invading army. The only surviving Roman cookbook gives us the clearest picture of how the Romans actually used their spices. The collection contains more than 400 recipes, and pepper appears in roughly 3 out of every 4. That is an astonishing frequency, suggesting that pepper was considered as essential to Roman cooking as salt is to ours. But the cookbook also uses generous amounts of cumin, coriander, and a mysterious plant that grew only in a small region of North Africa. This plant was so valued by the Greeks and Romans that the city where it grew put an image of it on its coins. It was used as a seasoning, a medicine, and perhaps even more. And then, sometime in the 1st century, it vanished completely. Overharvesting, changes in the climate, loss of its natural habitat, nobody knows for certain why. But the plant disappeared and it never came back. The cookbook, aware of the problem, suggests using a pungent Indian substitute instead. The extinction of this plant is a quiet but powerful reminder that human appetite, left unchecked, can consume the very things it depends upon. Now, there is a persistent myth about Romans and spices that is worth clearing up. You may have heard that the Romans, and later the medieval Europeans, used spices to cover up the taste of rotten meat. This is simply not true, and it has been thoroughly debunked by historians for decades now. Think about it for a moment. In the Roman world, spices were far more expensive than meat. A person who could afford pepper could easily afford fresh meat. And Roman butchery was done on the spot, with animals killed and sold the same day. There was no long supply chain to break down. The Romans used spices because they enjoyed the way spiced food tasted, because elaborate cooking was a sign of wealth and status, and because the medical thinking of the time held that spices were good for the body. The Roman appetite for Eastern spices created something genuinely new in the world. It connected pepper farmers in the tropical forests of Kerala with dinner tables in Rome, a distance of more than 5,000 miles. It employed thousands of sailors, merchants, camel drivers, and warehouse workers. It generated enormous tax revenues. And it established a pattern that would recur throughout history, a pattern in which the West consumed luxury goods from the East and paid for them with precious metals, unable to offer much else in return. The Roman spice trade was not merely a chapter in the history of food. It was the original template for global commerce, and its echoes can still be felt today. But while Rome gorged on pepper, another trade was flourishing to the south, a trade in fragrant tree resins that made Arabia one of the wealthiest regions on earth. In the dry highlands along the southern coast of what is now Oman, a farmer makes careful cuts in the bark of a gnarled, weathered tree. The tree looks to the untrained eye like something barely surviving in a harsh landscape. Its branches are twisted, its leaves sparse, its roots clinging to thin, rocky soil on a limestone hillside. But when the farmer's blade slices through the bark, something quiet and remarkable begins to happen. A milky white sap starts to ooze from the wound, slowly hardening in the hot, dry air into pale, translucent drops that look like frozen tears. This is frankincense, one of the most valuable and culturally significant substances of the ancient world. For more than 3,000 years, the harvesting of this humble tree resin sustained one of history's most profitable trades and built a network of roads that connected the deserts of Arabia with the temples of Jerusalem, Rome, and Athens. The incense trade route was one of the great highways of the ancient world. Running roughly 2,000 kilometers from the frankincense-producing regions of southern Arabia northward through the desert to the ports on the Mediterranean coast, the route crossed some of the most unforgiving terrain on earth. Camel caravans, sometimes hundreds of animals long, would travel for 65 days or more, stopping at established oasis towns that had grown wealthy from the passing traffic. The goods they carried, primarily frankincense and myrrh, were in demand throughout the ancient world, burned in temple rituals, mixed into medicines, used in the care of the dead, and blended into perfumes. The kingdoms that controlled the production and early transport of incense became fabulously rich. The Romans knew the region as Arabia Felix, which translates to Happy Arabia because of the extraordinary wealth the incense trade had created. And the most famous of all the incense traders were the Nabateans, a people whose story is worth lingering on. Originally a group of desert nomads from the Arabian interior, the Nabateans settled in the region of what is now Jordan and built their capital at Petra. Can you picture it? A city carved into the red sandstone cliffs of a narrow desert canyon, its facades glowing pink and orange in the morning sun, its columns and doorways emerging from the living rock as if the mountain itself had decided to become architecture. Petra was located at a perfect crossroads, giving the Nabateans access to the Red Sea, to Egypt, to the Mediterranean coast, and to Syria. From this position, they controlled the final and most profitable legs of the incense route, taxing the caravans that passed through their territory and growing wealthy beyond anything their nomadic ancestors could have imagined. The Nabateans were not merely toll collectors, though. They were brilliant engineers who built an elaborate system of dams, channels, and water storage tanks to capture and hold the scarce desert rainfall, allowing them to maintain a thriving city in one of the driest places on Earth. They were also shrewd traders who understood the economics of distance and scarcity. By the 1st century before the Common Era, the Nabatean kingdom had become one of the wealthiest states in the region, its prosperity built almost entirely on the movement of fragrant tree resins from southern Arabia to the cities around the Mediterranean. The taxes collected along the route were substantial. At each major stopping point, the local authorities took a cut, roughly a quarter of the cargo's value. By the time a shipment of frankincense had traveled from its source to the coast, passing through half a dozen way stations and checkpoints, it had been taxed multiple times, and its price had multiplied many times over. The final buyer, a priest in a Roman temple or an Egyptian embalmer, paid a price that reflected not just the cost of the raw material, but the accumulated fees of every middleman, camel driver, and tax collector along the way. The demand that sustained this trade was enormous and remarkably steady. Frankincense and myrrh were not luxuries in the way we might think of luxury today as optional treats for the wealthy. They were sacred necessities. The temple in Jerusalem burned incense continuously, following instructions laid out in its most holy texts. Egyptian temples consumed frankincense and myrrh and a special compound of mixed aromatics on a daily schedule that had been maintained for centuries. Roman temples, Greek temples, and later Christian churches all burned incense as a central part of worship. The rising smoke was understood across many religions and cultures as a bridge between the human and the divine, a fragrant pathway that carried prayers from earth to heaven. And the demand was not only spiritual. Myrrh was a key ingredient in the Egyptian embalming process, used in large quantities to prepare the dead for the afterlife. Frankincense was blended into medicines, cosmetics, and perfumes. The range of uses for these resins meant that the market was broad, deep, and remarkably resistant to changes in fashion or politics. People might stop wearing a certain type of clothing or drinking a certain wine, but they did not stop praying. They did not stop burying their dead, and they did not stop wanting the comfort of a familiar fragrance. The evidence for the incense trade is preserved in the ruins of the cities and way stations that lined the route. Sites along the road from the coast of Oman to the desert hills of modern Israel have yielded incense burners, inscriptions in the languages of southern Arabia, imported pottery, and fragments of maritime equipment that confirm both the scale and the duration of the trade. The incense trade began to decline gradually from the 2nd century of the Common Era onward. The rise of Christianity reduced the demand for incense in the old pagan temples. The Roman government's absorption of the Nabatean kingdom in 106 disrupted the established trade networks, and the increasing use of sea routes through the Red Sea began to bypass the old overland caravan roads, making the long desert journey less essential. But the legacy of the incense trade endures. The 3 gifts brought by the wise men in the Christian nativity story, gold, frankincense, and myrrh, are a direct echo of the ancient incense trade, a quiet reminder that these reasons were once considered fit for a king. And in the hills of Oman, farmers still harvest frankincense from the same type of tree that their ancestors tended 3,000 years ago, using methods that have changed remarkably little across all that time. Let us now follow another route eastward, to the pepper coast of India, where Roman ships were arriving in search of the small dark berry that their empire could not live without. Sometime in the 1st century before the Common Era, a Greek sea captain made a discovery that would transform the economy of the ancient world. Sailing from an Egyptian port on the Red Sea coast, he noticed something that the sailors of India and Arabia had known for centuries, but that no Greek had ever bothered to write down. The winds of the Indian Ocean followed a pattern. From roughly June to September, a steady wind blew from Africa toward India. From November to February, the wind reversed, blowing from India back toward Africa. A captain who understood this pattern could sail directly across the open sea from the Horn of Africa to the coast of India in perhaps 40 days, instead of spending months hugging the dangerous coastline of Arabia and Persia. The wind was eventually named after this captain, though modern scholars suspect that Arab and Indian sailors had been riding these seasonal winds for centuries before any Greek thought to claim the credit. The discovery opened a direct sea highway between Roman Egypt and the Pepper coast of southern India, and the document that best describes this highway is one of the most remarkable texts to survive from the ancient world. It is a practical guidebook to the ports and trade goods of the Indian Ocean, written by an anonymous Greek-speaking merchant around the middle of the 1st century. It is not a work of poetry or philosophy. It is a business document written by a trader for other traders, and its matter-of-fact descriptions of harbors, cargo, and local customs give us an invaluable window into the commercial world of the Indian Ocean 2,000 years ago. This guidebook describes the ports of the Malabar coast, the southwestern shore of India, that was the world's primary source of black pepper. The most important of these ports was a bustling town that the text describes as a cosmopolitan trading center, a place where merchants from Rome, Arabia, and Southeast Asia all came together. Pepper was brought to the port by local traders using riverboats and small coastal vessels, and the quantities were enormous. A surviving Egyptian document from the 2nd century records the details of a single shipment of pepper and ivory from this Indian port that was valued at more than 9 million Roman coins. That is a staggering sum, and it gives you some sense of the wealth flowing through this single harbor. For nearly 2,000 years, the exact location of this famous port remained a mystery. Ancient texts described it as a thriving city on the Malabar coast, but no one could say precisely where it had been. Then, in the early 2000s, careful excavations at a small village in the Indian state of Kerala began to turn up extraordinary finds. Roman pottery, glass beads, brick structures, and the remains of what appeared to be a wharf, all dating to the 1st through 3rd centuries of the Common Era. The evidence matched the ancient descriptions so closely that the excavation team announced they had found the lost port. What they uncovered was far more than a simple marketplace. It was a multicultural community where goods and people from across the entire Indian Ocean world came together. Roman storage vessels used for transporting wine and olive oil were found alongside Indian pottery and glass beads from Southeast Asia. The layers of earth showed continuous activity spanning several centuries, confirming that this was not a seasonal trading post, but a permanent, thriving city built on the buying and selling of spices. The Roman coins found at this site and others along the Kerala coast tell their own quiet story. Thousands of Roman gold and silver coins have been recovered from sites across the region, many bearing the portraits of emperors from Augustus to Marcus Aurelius. These were not souvenirs. They were payment, direct evidence of Roman wealth being transferred to India in exchange for pepper and other spices. The sheer number of coins found suggests that the trade was sustained, regular, and profitable enough to justify the risks of a journey lasting months across open ocean, in an age before compasses, printed charts, or reliable weather forecasts. The trade was not entirely one-sided, though the balance tilted heavily in India's favor. The ancient guidebook lists the goods that Indian merchants wanted from Rome, including fine wines, gold and silver bars, copper, tin, coral, and certain types of cloth. Roman glassware was especially prized in India, and fragments of Roman glass have turned up at many Indian sites. But the fundamental problem remained the same one that Pliny had complained about. India had pepper, and Rome wanted pepper more than India wanted anything Rome could offer. The result was a steady flow of gold and silver eastward, a kind of ancient trade deficit that Rome's own thinkers found alarming. Imagine for a moment what it must have been like. A Roman merchant standing on a wharf in Kerala, watching workers carry sacks of peppercorns up the gangplank of his ship. The air thick with the smell of the sea, of drying fish, of spices. The sound of languages he only half understood. The knowledge that he was more than 5,000 miles from home, in a land that his grandparents could not have found on a map. And the further knowledge that the contents of his ship, those small dark berries, would make him wealthy enough to live very comfortably for the rest of his life. The pepper trade between Rome and India was, in many ways, the forerunner of our modern global economy. It involved regular, long-distance maritime commerce between continents. It required financial tools for managing the risks of voyages that took many months. It generated tax revenues for multiple governments, from the Egyptian customs houses to the local authorities at the Indian ports. And it created patterns of dependence between distant civilizations that had no political, cultural, or language connection beyond their shared interest in buying and selling. All of it revolved around a small, wrinkled, dark brown berry that grew on a vine in the tropical forests of southwestern India. The pepper trade was the original form of globalization, and the Malabar coast was its center. But the world was about to change. The Roman Empire that sustained this trade was beginning to crumble, and as it fell, the spice roads would shift, carrying their treasures to new masters and new markets. In the autumn of 476, a Germanic chieftain deposed the last Western Roman emperor, a teenager whose name, rather poetically, was Romulus, and sent the imperial symbols of power eastward to Constantinople. The act was more symbolic than revolutionary. The Western Roman Empire had been crumbling for decades, its borders overrun, its economy hollowed, its army increasingly dependent on the very people it was supposed to be defending against. But the formal end of Roman rule in the West had profound consequences for the spice trade. The great pepper warehouses of Rome fell silent. The regulated routes that had connected Egyptian ports with Italian markets collapsed. The financial instruments that had managed the risks of the monsoon season voyage to India were no longer needed. Western Europe, fractured into a patchwork of small kingdoms and warring territories, could no longer sustain the scale of commerce that the unified empire had supported. But the spice trade did not die. It shifted. The Eastern Roman Empire, which historians now call the Byzantine Empire, inherited Rome's love of Eastern luxuries, along with its administrative structures and its strategic position at the crossroads of Europe and Asia. Constantinople, the great city on the strait between the Mediterranean and the Black Sea, became the new center of the European spice trade. Its location was superb. It controlled the narrow waterway between two seas, sat astride the overland routes from Central Asia, and had relatively easy access to the Indian Ocean through the Eastern Mediterranean and the Nile. Byzantine Constantinople was, for several centuries, the wealthiest city in the Western world, and its wealth was built in large part on the movement of Eastern spices. Merchants from across the known world gathered in the city's great markets, where pepper from India, cinnamon from Sri Lanka, cloves from the distant volcanic islands of Indonesia, and frankincense from Arabia could all be bought and sold alongside silk from China, furs from Russia, and amber from the Baltic. The Byzantine emperors understood how important this trade was and used their control of the routes as a tool of diplomacy and power. Overland roads from the east were deliberately channeled through Byzantine territory, where customs duties could be collected and political leverage applied. Meanwhile, the Sasanian Persian Empire, Rome's old rival in the east, positioned itself as a key middleman in the overland spice trade. The Sasanians controlled the territory of modern-day Iran and Iraq, placing them directly across the land routes that connected India and Central Asia with the Mediterranean world. Persian merchants handled a large share of the transit trade in Indian spices, adding their own markup before passing the goods on to Byzantine buyers. The result was a kind of double gate. Persia controlled the overland routes, and Byzantium controlled the sea routes and the European distribution networks. Both profited enormously, and both guarded their positions with great care. For Western Europe, the centuries following the fall of Rome were a time of dramatic change in the way people ate. The elaborate, heavily spiced cuisine of the Roman wealthy gave way to simpler, more local diets. Pepper, which had appeared in 3/4 of Roman recipes, became increasingly scarce and expensive. Cinnamon, nutmeg, and cloves, which had been available in Rome's markets, became almost unobtainable luxuries, known only to the wealthiest church leaders and the most powerful kings. But scarcity only made the desire stronger. The memory of Roman spice culture lived on in the written record, in the old recipe collections, in the medical texts that monasteries carefully copied and preserved. The Church, which had absorbed many of the ritual practices of the late Roman world, continued to burn frankincense and other aromatics in its services, sustaining a steady demand for at least some Eastern imports. And the Germanic kingdoms that had replaced Roman authority were not immune to the appeal of exotic goods. Pepper began appearing in the records of the Frankish and Anglo-Saxon kingdoms as a luxury of the highest order, used to pay rents, settle debts, and display royal wealth. The transition from Roman to medieval patterns of trade was gradual and uneven. In the 6th and 7th centuries, the Mediterranean world was shaken by a series of enormous events. There were wars of reconquest, a devastating plague that may have killed 1/4 of the Mediterranean population, and most importantly, the rise of Islam in the 7th century. The rapid conquests that followed reshaped the political geography of the entire region, creating a vast new realm that stretched from Spain to the borders of India. The old Byzantine and Persian trade networks were disrupted and, in many cases, absorbed into this new world. And that absorption would turn out to be one of the most important developments in the history of spices. Because under the leadership of Arab and Muslim traders, the spice trade would be reorganized on a scale and with a sophistication that had never been seen before. A new city would rise beside the Tigris River, a city that would become the greatest marketplace in the medieval world, and the spice roads would lead to its gates from every direction. The fall of Rome did not end humanity's craving for spices. It merely rearranged the map. The spices themselves remained the same, growing in the same tropical forests and on the same volcanic islands where they had always grown, waiting to be harvested and carried across the same oceans and deserts. What changed was who controlled the trade, who profited from it, and who was willing to pay the increasingly extraordinary prices that distance and desire demanded. In the centuries ahead, those prices would climb so high that they would eventually compel the nations of Western Europe to send ships into unknown waters, searching for a direct route to the source. But that moment was still a long way off. Let us first visit the Golden Age that was about to dawn in the lands of Islam. In the year 762, the ruler of a vast new empire founded a city on the western bank of the Tigris River, at the point where the Tigris and Euphrates come closest together in the heart of modern-day Iraq. He called it the City of Peace, though the world would come to know it by the name of the small village that had stood there before, Baghdad. Within a single generation, Baghdad would become the largest and most cosmopolitan city on earth, a center of learning, commerce, and culture that surpassed anything in the Christian or Buddhist worlds of the time. And one of the forces that drove its spectacular growth was the spice trade. The rise of the Islamic world in the 7th and 8th centuries transformed the geography of the spice trade more profoundly than any event since the fall of Rome. Within about 100 years of the death of the Prophet Muhammad in 632, a vast territory had been brought under a single political and cultural umbrella, stretching from the Iberian Peninsula in the west to the borders of India and Central Asia in the east. This created something that had never existed before, a single connected zone in which a merchant could travel from the markets of Spain to the ports of the Persian Gulf without crossing a single international border, and much of that journey could be conducted in a single language, Arabic. The impact on the movement of spices was enormous. Arab traders, many of them descendants of sailors from Yemen and Oman who had been crossing the Indian Ocean for centuries before Islam, now operated within this vast, unified network. They had access to both the places where spices were grown in the east and the markets where they were consumed in the west. By the middle of the 7th century, Arab merchants had established themselves as the dominant maritime power in the western Indian Ocean, sailing their distinctive wooden vessels from the ports of the Persian Gulf to the coasts of East Africa, India, and Southeast Asia. These ships, known as dhows, were more than just boats. They were the product of centuries of accumulated knowledge about the sea. Their triangular sails could be adjusted to catch the wind at angles that square-rigged European ships could not manage, giving Arab sailors greater flexibility in navigating the shifting winds of the Indian Ocean. The hulls were built without nails, their planks stitched together with cord made from coconut fiber and sealed with a mixture of fish oil and lime, a construction method that made them lighter, more flexible, and better suited to warm tropical waters than anything European shipbuilders were producing at the time. Baghdad, sitting at the center of this immense trading network, became the greatest marketplace in the medieval world. Its bazaars offered spices from every corner of the known earth: pepper and cardamom from India, cinnamon from Sri Lanka, cloves and nutmeg from distant Indonesian islands, star anise from China, frankincense from Arabia, saffron from Persia. The city's wealth attracted scholars, poets, scientists, and thinkers from across the Islamic world, and the intellectual energy that resulted produced some of the most important contributions to human knowledge in all of history. The connection between the spice trade and this burst of learning was not a coincidence. Several of the great figures of this era, the period we sometimes call the Islamic Golden Age, made direct contributions to the understanding of spices. A brilliant 9th century thinker, sometimes called the father of Arab philosophy, wrote a detailed work on the art of perfumery that catalogued hundreds of aromatic substances and described the processes of distilling and extracting their essences. His work showed that the Islamic world understood spices not just as goods to be bought and sold, but as subjects worthy of careful, systematic study. Another towering figure, an 11th century Persian physician whose great medical encyclopedia was used as a textbook in European universities for 600 years, devoted considerable attention to the healing properties of spices. His descriptions of the therapeutic uses of pepper, ginger, cinnamon, cloves, and saffron drew on both the ancient Greek medical tradition and the hands-on observations of Islamic doctors, creating something more comprehensive and more practically useful than anything that had come before. And the great Moroccan traveler who journeyed across the Islamic world and beyond between 1325 and 1354 left vivid accounts of the spice trade in nearly every city he visited. In India, he watched the pepper harvest on the Malabar coast. In China, he marveled at the huge quantities of spices passing through the great southern ports. His writings give us some of the most vivid first-hand descriptions of the medieval spice trade that survive in any language, letting us see through the eyes of a man who was there, walking through the markets, smelling the spices, watching the ships come and go. The Islamic world's contribution to the global spice trade went beyond buying and selling and thinking and writing. It also included growing. Muslim botanists established gardens across the empire where spice plants from different regions were cultivated, studied, and sometimes adapted to new environments. The gardens of Islamic Spain, in the city of Córdoba, grew plants imported from India and Southeast Asia. The gardens of Cairo gathered spices from across the known world. This tradition of collecting and studying plants would later influence the great botanical gardens of Renaissance Europe and the colonial era plantations that would one day reshape the entire global spice economy. The Islamic Golden Age established patterns of Indian Ocean trade that would persist for centuries. The network of ports, shipping routes, and commercial relationships that Arab traders built and maintained was sophisticated, well-organized, and enormously efficient. When the Portuguese arrived in the Indian Ocean at the end of the 1500s, they did not discover something new. They invaded something that already existed, a trading world that had been functioning beautifully for nearly 1,000 years. The violence with which the Portuguese disrupted this network, which we shall hear about in a later chapter, was a measure of how effective they found it and how desperately they wanted its profits. But before we reach the age of European exploration, let us linger a while longer in the medieval world and cross the Mediterranean to a Europe that had developed an obsession with pepper and spice so intense that it would change the course of history. In the year 1180, in the city of London, a group of merchants who had grown wealthy from the trade in Eastern spices asked the king for permission to form a guild. They called themselves the Guild of Pepperers, and their trade was so important to the English economy that the crown granted them official recognition and the authority to regulate the spice market. These pepperers inspected incoming shipments for quality, set prices, and collected fees. Their successors, who eventually absorbed the guild and took a broader name, remain one of the great historic companies of the City of London to this day. And the word grocer itself comes from the old French word for someone who dealt in bulk goods, a term that in the Middle Ages referred almost entirely to the spice trade. Medieval Europe's relationship with spices was, by modern standards, almost impossibly intense. Spices were not merely ingredients. They were symbols of wealth, essential medicines, religious offerings, financial instruments, and objects of deep, almost irrational desire. A nobleman who served pepper-crusted meat at a banquet was not simply offering his guests a nice flavor. He was putting his power, his connections, and his sophistication on display. The more heavily spiced the meal, the more impressive the host. The prices bear this out. In the early 1300s, a pound of pepper, the cheapest of the major Eastern spices, cost roughly the same as a pig. A pound of sugar, which was treated as a spice rather than a sweetener, cost about 2 days of a laborer's wages. A pound of cloves cost 4.5 days of work, and a pound of saffron required an entire month of labor to buy. These were not prices that encouraged casual use. They were prices that made spices the exclusive property of the powerful, and they created an entire culture of imitation and aspiration in which the longing for spices rippled down through every layer of society. The ways in which medieval people used their spices were remarkably varied. In the kitchen, spices went into nearly everything, not just meat and fish, but bread, pastries, sauces, and drinks. A popular spiced wine made with cinnamon, ginger, pepper, and sugar was a standard feature of grand entertaining. In the sick room, spices were the foundation of medieval medicine. The medical thinking of the time, inherited from the ancient Greeks and refined by Islamic physicians, held that health depended on maintaining a balance of fluids in the body, and that spices, being hot and dry in nature, could correct imbalances caused by cold, damp conditions. Pepper, ginger, and cinnamon were among the most commonly prescribed treatments. In the church, spices played a central role in worship. Frankincense and myrrh continued to be burned as incense in Christian services, just as they had been in Jewish and pagan ceremonies for thousands of years. Spices were used in the preparation of sacred oils for baptism and other rituals, and the belief that spices came from the earthly paradise, the Garden of Eden, gave them a spiritual importance that went beyond their physical qualities. Medieval Europeans believed that the Garden of Eden still existed somewhere in the Far East, and that rivers flowing from paradise carried spices to the lands of ordinary mortals. The legend of a mythical Christian king said to rule a fabulously wealthy kingdom somewhere in Asia or Africa. A kingdom overflowing with spices, precious stones, and wonders reinforced this belief. This legendary king claimed that the Garden of Eden was just 3 days' ride from his own territories, and European readers who had no way to check took the story seriously. Spices also served as a form of money. The phrase peppercorn rent, which today means a token or symbolic payment, originally referred to an actual transaction. In medieval England, rent on property was sometimes paid in literal peppercorns because pepper held its value more reliably than coins, which could be debased by dishonest rulers. Gifts of spice were standard in diplomatic exchanges, and spice dowries were common among wealthy families. Now, there is a myth about medieval spice use that deserves to be put to rest because it has hung around for far too long. You may have heard that medieval people used spices to cover up the taste of rotten meat. This is simply not true. The idea was first suggested in a book from 1939, and historians have been pointing out its flaws ever since. The central problem is economic. The people who might have been desperate enough to eat spoiled meat, the poor and working class, were precisely the people who could not afford imported spices. Anyone who could afford a pound of pepper could easily afford fresh meat. And medieval butchery was done on the spot, with animals slaughtered and sold on the same day, in open markets where buyers could see and smell the goods for themselves. There was no extended supply chain to break down. Medieval Europeans used spices because they loved the way spiced food tasted, because they believed spices had powerful healing properties, and because serving spiced food was one of the clearest ways to demonstrate wealth and status. The idea that they were trying to disguise bad meat is not only wrong, it is rather insulting, built on the assumption that people who lived 600 or 700 years ago were too simple to tell the difference between fresh food and rotten food. What medieval Europeans actually had was a genuine, deep, and sophisticated love of intensely flavored cooking. Their spice use was not crude. It was a refined tradition that valued complexity, layering, and the artful combination of sweet, sour, hot, and aromatic flavors. And it was a tradition that would only grow stronger in the centuries ahead, as the Crusades opened new channels of exchange between Europe and the spice-rich world of the Middle East. The appetite of medieval Europe, that deep and relentless desire for pepper and cinnamon and cloves, would eventually become so powerful that it would launch ships across unknown oceans. But before we reach that moment, let us visit the city that grew richer than any other from feeding that appetite, a city built on water, on trade, and on the sweet, sharp smell of Eastern spice. In the autumn of 1271, a 17-year-old Venetian named Marco Polo boarded a ship with his father and his uncle and sailed east. The Polo family were merchants, and for a Venetian merchant in the 13th century, the East meant one thing above all else: spices. The elder Polos had already made one journey to the court of the Mongol emperor far to the east and had returned with an invitation to come back. They brought young Marco along, and he would spend the next 24 years traveling across Asia, observing the spice trade at every stage, and eventually telling a story that would reshape European understanding of the world beyond its borders. When the Polo family set out, Venice was already the undisputed capital of the European spice trade. The Republic of Venice had spent centuries building a commercial empire that stretched from its lagoon in the northern Adriatic to the ports of the eastern Mediterranean. Venetian merchants maintained permanent trading posts in Constantinople, in Alexandria, in Beirut, and in dozens of other harbor cities. They ran a system of armed galley convoys that followed regular routes to the spice markets of the eastern Mediterranean and returned loaded with pepper, cinnamon, ginger, cloves, nutmeg, and saffron. These convoys sailed on an annual schedule, adjusting their routes according to the political and commercial conditions of the moment, like flocks of birds following the winds. The beating heart of the Venetian spice trade was the Rialto, the commercial district clustered around the famous bridge on the Grand Canal. Here, in what was essentially the financial center of the medieval world, spices were weighed, inspected, priced, and sold by a corps of specialized officials. Government-appointed inspectors supervised the quality of every imported spice before it could be sold onward to the rest of Europe. Venice understood that its wealth depended on the trustworthiness of its spice market, and it enforced strict standards of quality and honest dealing that gave Venetian spices a premium reputation across the continent. Venice's dominance was built on a combination of geographic advantage, naval power, diplomatic skill, and sharp commercial instinct. The city's position at the head of the Adriatic Sea gave it natural access to the overland routes that connected Italy with Germany, France, and the Low Countries. Its powerful navy protected its merchant ships from pirates and rivals. Its diplomats negotiated favorable agreements with the rulers of Egypt, who controlled the markets where Indian Ocean spices were sold to European buyers. And its merchants, among the most experienced traders in the world, understood the economics of the spice trade with an intimacy that their competitors could not match. The profits were extraordinary. Venetian merchants typically marked up their spices by 50 to 100% above the prices they paid in the Eastern Mediterranean ports. By the time those spices reached consumers in Paris, London, or Nuremberg, additional markups by overland distributors could double or triple the price again. The wealth generated by this trade was poured into the fabric of Venice itself. The grand palaces lining the canals, the churches glowing with gold mosaics, the great paintings that would come to define Venetian art, all of this was financed, directly or indirectly, by the spice trade. The flowering of culture and art in Venice, which was part of the broader movement we call the Renaissance, smelled of pepper and cinnamon. But Venice's grip on the spice trade was never absolute, and it was always under threat. The Republic of Genoa, Venice's great maritime rival, competed fiercely for access to the same markets, and the two cities fought wars over the course of the 13th and 14th century. The Fourth Crusade of 1204, which Venice diverted from its original target in Egypt to the conquest and plunder of Constantinople, was driven in part by commercial ambition, the desire to secure control over the Byzantine spice trade. The sacking of Constantinople was one of the great crimes of the Middle Ages, and it enriched Venice enormously, but it also weakened the Byzantine Empire so badly that it never fully recovered. The vulnerability of Venice's position lay in its dependence on middlemen. Venetian merchants did not travel to India or the distant spice islands themselves. They bought their spices from Arab, Egyptian, and Indian traders at the ports of the Eastern Mediterranean. Every link in the chain between the pepper vine in Kerala and the merchant's stall at the Rialto added another markup, another risk, and another chance for disruption. When the Ottoman Turks captured Constantinople in 1453, effectively tightening their control over the Eastern Mediterranean, the impact on the spice trade was immediate. Prices rose, supply became less reliable, and the seafaring nations along the Atlantic coast, Portugal and Spain in particular, began to wonder whether it might be possible to bypass Venice, the Ottomans, and the entire chain of middlemen by finding a sea route directly to the source. The answer to that question came in 1498, when a Portuguese fleet rounded the southern tip of Africa and sailed directly to the pepper coast of India. For Venice, the news was a blow. The Great Spice Republic had been built on its role as the indispensable link between East and West, and now that role was under threat from a power that did not need middlemen at all. Venice would survive, and it would remain a prosperous and culturally rich city for centuries to come. But its days as the unchallenged master of the European spice trade were over. And before the Portuguese reached India, there was another episode that would reshape Europe's relationship with Eastern spices, an episode of blood and faith and unexpected discovery in the lands of the Holy Land. In the year 1099, after 3 years of marching, fighting, starving, and dying, the soldiers of the First Crusade breached the walls of Jerusalem and took the Holy City by storm. The slaughter that followed was one of the most brutal episodes of the medieval age, and it has been told many times. But what is less often discussed is what happened in the months and years after the blood dried, when the surviving Crusaders and the thousands of settlers, merchants and pilgrims who followed them began to build a new life in the lands of the Eastern Mediterranean. And what happened, quite simply, was that they discovered food unlike anything they had ever tasted. The lands that the Crusaders occupied had been part of the Islamic world for more than 4 centuries. The food culture of the region had been shaped by centuries of Arab, Persian, and Turkish influence, and it was by any measure vastly more sophisticated than what the Crusaders had known back home in northern France, Germany, or England. The markets of Jerusalem, Antioch, and the great port city of Acre offered an intoxicating array of flavors. Lamb dusted with cumin, rice tinted golden with saffron, pastries fragrant with cinnamon, fruits glazed with sugar, sweets flavored with rose water. For soldiers who had grown up eating boiled meat, dark bread, and ale, the experience must have been a revelation. Can you imagine what that must have been like? You have spent years on the road eating whatever you could find, sleeping in the dirt, watching friends die of disease and battle and exhaustion. And then you arrive in a city where the air itself smells of spices, where the food is rich and complex and layered with flavors you have never encountered. It must have changed something in you. The cultural exchange that the Crusades set in motion was far-reaching. Crusaders who stayed in the region adopted many local customs, including ways of eating that horrified the newly arrived soldiers from back home. One chronicler noted with some pride that the Franks of the East had learned to use the local spices and foods, eating dishes that their own parents would not have recognized. An Arab writer who spent time with the Crusaders observed with a mixture of curiosity and disdain the ways in which they adapted to their new surroundings. Those who had lived longest in the region were the most comfortable with local ways, while those freshly arrived from Europe were the most hostile. Returning Crusaders and pilgrims carried these new tastes back to Europe, creating a demand for Eastern spices and sugar that had not existed before, or at least not at the scale it would reach in the 1200s and 1300s. The king who led the Third Crusade to the Holy Land brought back spices and cooking techniques that influenced the English court's cuisine for generations. The poets of southern France, many of whom accompanied the Crusades or wrote for those who did, celebrated the flavors of the East in their verses, weaving saffron, cinnamon, and rose into the romance of knightly culture. The specific spices that entered European awareness through the Crusades included several that would become fixtures of medieval cooking. Saffron, which had been known in the Mediterranean since ancient times but was rare in northern Europe, became a sought-after luxury as returning Crusaders praised its vivid color and delicate flavor. Sugar, which was grown extensively in the region, was introduced to European palates not as a sweetener but as a spice, sprinkled over meat and fish just as pepper or cinnamon might be. The Crusaders even established sugar plantations in the river valleys of the Holy Land, and the sugar they produced was among their most valuable exports. The economic impact of this expanded appetite was enormous. The Italian maritime cities, Venice, Genoa, and Pisa, which provided much of the naval transport for the Crusades and maintained permanent trading posts in the Crusader states, were the primary winners. They had direct access to the spice markets of the Eastern Mediterranean, and they took full advantage, shipping Eastern goods to European markets at prices that reflected the vast distances and risks involved. The wealth that flowed into these cities from the Crusade-era spice trade helped fund the military campaigns themselves, creating a self-reinforcing cycle of commerce and war. The Knights Templar, the famous warrior monk order founded in Jerusalem around 1119 to protect Christian pilgrims, played a less obvious but equally important role. The Templars built one of the most sophisticated financial networks of the medieval world, with headquarters and branch houses across Europe and the Middle East that functioned as a kind of early banking system. A pilgrim or merchant could deposit money at a Templar house in London or Paris and withdraw it at a house in the Holy Land, avoiding the danger of carrying large amounts of cash through bandit country. This financial network made it easier and safer to trade, and spice merchants were among its most important clients. The Templars also owned farmland in the region, including sugar plantations and spice gardens, generating income that supplemented the donations they received from Christian supporters across Europe. The Crusades also produced a wave of travel writing that shaped how Europeans thought about the East for centuries. Accounts of the marvels of the Islamic world, its gardens, its cuisine, its medical knowledge, and its abundance of spices, fired European imaginations and created a lasting fascination with the Orient. Medieval maps often placed paradise in the east, surrounded by spice-producing lands, blending the spiritual goal of the Crusades with the commercial goal of the spice trade in ways that would have seemed perfectly natural to a 12th century knight. The Crusader states were eventually lost. The last major stronghold fell in 1291, and the European presence in the region came to an end. But the tastes that the Crusades had brought to Europe did not vanish with the Crusader kingdoms. If anything, losing direct access to the spice markets only made the longing stronger. The appetite for Eastern spices, kindled by the Crusades and fed by centuries of trade through Venice and Genoa, would continue to grow until it became the engine that drove the greatest maritime adventure in human history. But before that adventure begins, let us pause and consider a part of the spice story that is too often overlooked: the rich and ancient spice heritage of Africa. In the humid forests of the West African coast, in the region that European mapmakers would later call the Pepper Coast, a plant grows wild that once competed with black pepper for dominance of the European spice market. It is a member of the ginger family, and it produces small reddish-brown seeds with a sharp, peppery flavor and a hint of citrus. Medieval Europeans called these seeds grains of paradise, a name that tells you how highly they were valued. They were grains from paradise, fragments of the heavenly garden, carried to earth by rivers flowing from Eden itself, or so the merchants who sold them liked to claim. The truth was less magical, but no less interesting. These seeds were harvested from wild plants in the forests of what is now Ghana, Guinea, Sierra Leone, and Liberia, carried by local traders to the coast, transported by Saharan caravans to the markets of North Africa, and from there shipped across the Mediterranean to European buyers who prized them as a cheaper alternative to the enormously expensive black pepper from India. In the 1400s and 1500s, grains of paradise were one of the most important spices in the European market, used to flavor food, beer, and wine, and prescribed by doctors for a range of ailments. The Portuguese crown recognized their commercial value early on. In 1469, the King of Portugal granted a trade monopoly in the Gulf of Guinea region to a Lisbon merchant, specifically including exclusive rights to the trade in these peppery seeds. The merchant was required to explore 100 miles of the African coast each year in exchange for his monopoly. The Portuguese understood that controlling the source of grains of paradise was strategically important, and they invested real resources in securing their position along the West African coast. But grains of paradise are only one chapter in a much larger story, because Africa's contribution to the world of spices has been systematically undervalued and overlooked. The continent is home to dozens of native spice plants that have been used for thousands of years but remain largely unknown outside Africa. There are peppery seeds from the pods of a tall tree common across West Africa, used in cooking for centuries. There is an Ethiopian variety of cardamom, a close relative of the Indian version, that has been cultivated in the Ethiopian highlands for at least 1,000 years. There are aromatic barks, fragrant leaves, and pungent roots that African cooks have been using since long before any Europeans set foot on the continent. Nowhere is Africa's spice sophistication more evident than in the complex blends of Ethiopia. The fiery red mixture that forms the foundation of Ethiopian cooking is a blend of extraordinary complexity that can contain a dozen or more individual spices, typically including chili peppers, fenugreek, coriander, cardamom, cumin, black pepper, ginger, turmeric, cinnamon, cloves, and allspice. Each family and each region has its own recipe, and the preparation of this blend, which involves toasting, grinding, and carefully combining the individual spices in the right order and proportions, is considered a true measure of culinary skill. The origins of this tradition are ancient, reaching back to a time before chili peppers arrived from the Americas in the 1600s. Before chilies came, the heat in Ethiopian spice blends came from long pepper, black pepper, and possibly grains of paradise, all of which were available through the Indian Ocean trade networks that connected the Horn of Africa with India and Southeast Asia. The Swahili coast, the string of trading cities that grew up along the coast of East Africa from modern-day Somalia to Mozambique, was a vital link in these exchanges. Cities like Kilwa, Mombasa, and Zanzibar served as meeting points where African, Arab, Indian, and even Chinese merchants came together, creating one of the most culturally diverse trading environments in the medieval world. Zanzibar deserves particular attention in any history of spices because it would become, in the 19th century, the world's largest producer of cloves. The story of how cloves came to Zanzibar is itself a tale of empire and transplantation. Cloves are originally from the tiny volcanic islands of the Moluccas in eastern Indonesia, and for thousands of years they grew nowhere else. But in 1832, the Sultan of Oman, who had established control over the Zanzibar Islands, introduced clove trees to the area. He had obtained seedlings through the network of Indian Ocean traders who connected the coast of Arabia with Southeast Asia. The volcanic soil and tropical humidity of Zanzibar proved ideal for clove cultivation, and within a few decades, the island was producing roughly 90% of the world's cloves. But the clove plantations of Zanzibar were built on human suffering. The labor came from enslaved people, brought to the island through the East African slave trade. At the height of this trade, an estimated 50,000 enslaved people passed through the Zanzibar market each year. Many were put to work on the clove and coconut plantations that formed the economic foundation of the Sultan's domain. The connection between spice production and enslaved labor, a pattern we have seen repeated from the Dutch in the Moluccas to the Portuguese in Southeast Asia, was replicated here in East Africa, first under Omani and later under British oversight. The end of slavery in Zanzibar came gradually under British pressure in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The spice industry shrank as competition from other growing regions, disease among the clove trees, and the loss of forced labor reduced the island's advantages. But Zanzibar remains a spice-producing region to this day, and visitors can still walk through gardens where cloves, cinnamon, nutmeg, and pepper grow in the dappled shade of the tropical canopy. Africa's spice story is far from finished. The continent is home to a vast and largely untapped wealth of native spice plants that are only now beginning to attract attention from the wider world. As the global food industry grows more interested in biodiversity, sustainability, and the rediscovery of forgotten flavors, African spices may at last receive the recognition they have always deserved. And now let us turn to one of the most dramatic moments in this entire story, the day a Portuguese fleet appeared off the coast of India and the ancient world of the spice trade was changed forever. On the 20th of May, 1498, after a voyage of nearly 11 months that had taken him around the southern tip of Africa and across the Indian Ocean, a Portuguese navigator named Vasco da Gama anchored his small fleet off the coast of Calicut on the Malabar coast of southwestern India. He had lost one of his 4 ships to the treacherous waters off the African coast. His crew was weakened by disease. He had no clear idea of exactly where he was, beyond the knowledge that it was somewhere east of Africa and that the local people were not Muslim. When he sent a man ashore to make contact, the man was met by 2 merchants who asked what the Portuguese had come for. The answer was blunt, and it would echo down the centuries: Christians and spices. That declaration, half religious crusade and half business trip, captured the twin forces that had driven the Portuguese to the Indian Ocean. Portugal was a small, relatively poor kingdom on the western edge of Europe. For nearly a century, its rulers had been pushing their way down the coast of Africa, island by island, cape by cape, searching for a sea route to the spice-producing regions of the east. The fall of Constantinople to the Ottomans in 1453 had disrupted the overland spice trade and pushed prices higher in European markets. For nations along the Atlantic coast, like Portugal and Spain, finding their own route to the source of the spices was both a dream and an economic necessity. Gama's arrival in Calicut was received with interest, but also with confusion. The local ruler was accustomed to dealing with Arab, Indian, and Chinese merchants who arrived in his port with impressive cargoes of gold, silver, silk, and fine goods. Gama's gifts, some bolts of cloth, a bit of coral, and several barrels of sugar, were so modest that the ruler's officials reportedly laughed at them. The Arab merchants who controlled much of the trade in Calicut were immediately suspicious, and rightly so, because they recognized the Portuguese as a direct threat to their livelihood. Despite these obstacles, da Gama managed to fill his ships with a respectable cargo of pepper, cinnamon, ginger, and cloves, enough to prove to the Portuguese crown that the voyage was worth repeating. The crown was more than convinced. The cargo da Gama brought home was worth 60 times the cost of the entire expedition. The profit was so staggering that a follow-up voyage was launched immediately, this time with 13 ships. That fleet, which accidentally discovered Brazil along the way, reached Calicut and established a Portuguese trading post. But when a dispute with local merchants turned violent, resulting in the deaths of several Portuguese traders, the stage was set for a dramatic and terrible escalation. It was Vasco da Gama himself who delivered that escalation. Returning to India in 1502 with a fleet of 20 warships, da Gama abandoned any pretense of diplomacy. He bombarded the undefended city of Calicut for nearly 2 days, targeting the civilian population with cannon fire. He seized an unarmed merchant vessel carrying hundreds of passengers, including women and children returning from a religious pilgrimage, locked them in the hold, and set the ship on fire. When a local priest was sent to negotiate peace, da Gama had the man's lips and ears cut off, then had the ears of a dog sewn to the priest's head before sending him back as a message of contempt. These were not the actions of a rogue commander who had lost control. They were the deliberate policy of the Portuguese crown, which understood that controlling the Indian Ocean spice trade required the destruction of the trading networks that had operated successfully there for centuries. The Portuguese strategy, developed under a brilliant and ruthless governor, was to seize the key choke points of Indian Ocean trade. In 1510, the Portuguese captured the city of Goa on the Indian coast, which became their capital in Asia. In 1511, they took Malacca, the gateway between the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea. In 1515, they seized the port of Hormuz, which controlled the entrance to the Persian Gulf. With these 3 positions, the Portuguese effectively dominated the major sea routes of the Indian Ocean. They imposed a system of forced permits, requiring all merchant ships to purchase Portuguese licenses or risk having their vessels and cargo seized. The system was enforced by a powerful navy that patrolled the shipping lanes and intercepted anyone who tried to trade without permission. In effect, the Portuguese had created a protection racket on the scale of an entire ocean, demanding payment from a trade they had not built and did not maintain. The consequences for the people who had been trading in these waters for centuries were devastating. Arab merchants who had managed the pepper trade for generations were driven out or forced to work within the Portuguese system. Indian trading networks were disrupted. The sophisticated relationships and financial tools that had sustained Indian Ocean commerce for thousands of years were swept aside and replaced by a blunt regime of military force. The Portuguese spice empire was the first European colonial enterprise built entirely on controlling trade rather than settling territory. Unlike the Spanish conquests in the Americas, which involved large-scale colonization, the Portuguese in Asia operated through a network of fortified trading posts, naval bases, and alliances that allowed a small European nation to dominate a vast oceanic trade system with a remarkably small number of people. At its peak, the entire Portuguese presence in Asia numbered perhaps 10,000 Europeans, a tiny fraction of the populations they governed and traded with. The violence with which the Portuguese established this system was not incidental. It was foundational. The Indian Ocean trading world they disrupted had functioned for centuries on a basis of mutual benefit, with merchants from different cultures and religions trading freely at open ports. The Portuguese replaced this with a system based on force, monopoly, and exploitation. In doing so, they set the template for European colonialism in Asia, a template that would be followed and expanded by the Dutch, the British, and the French in the centuries to come. And while Portugal was rounding Africa in search of Indian pepper, another European captain was sailing in the opposite direction, westward across the Atlantic, convinced that he could reach the Spice Islands by going the other way around. He was spectacularly wrong about where he would end up. But what he found instead would change the world in ways no one could have predicted. On the 12th of October, 1492, Christopher Columbus stepped ashore on a small island in the Bahamas and believed, with a conviction that would never waver for the rest of his life, that he had reached Asia. He had not. He was roughly 10,000 miles from the Spice Islands that were his actual destination. But Columbus was not a man to let geography get in the way of ambition, and he immediately began identifying the plants around him as the Asian spices he had crossed the ocean to find. The chili peppers that the local people used to flavor their food he called by the Spanish word for pepper, insisting they were a variety of the black pepper that grew in India. The aromatic berries he found on Jamaica he also identified as pepper, noting that their complex flavor reminded him of a combination of cinnamon, nutmeg, and cloves. He was wrong about almost everything he saw, but the irony of his mistakes would prove more important than any correct identification could have been. Columbus's voyage was, at its heart, a spice quest. The money for his expedition had been secured by promising the Spanish monarchs a direct sea route to the spice-producing regions of Asia. In 1492, cinnamon and cloves and pepper were as valuable as gold, and Spain, shut out of the Mediterranean spice trade by Venice and the Italian city-states, was desperate to find its own way to the source. Columbus proposed to reach the east by sailing west, a plan that was sound in theory but doomed in practice by his dramatic underestimate of the size of the Earth and by his complete ignorance of the fact that two enormous continents stood in his path. When Columbus landed in the Caribbean instead of the Indies, the search for a direct route to Asia was delayed. But the New World had its own extraordinary spice bounty, a collection of plants that had no equivalent in the Old World and that would eventually transform global cooking far more profoundly than the Asian spices Columbus had been looking for. The most important of these was the chili pepper, a group of plants that had been grown and used in the Americas for at least 7,500 years. The Aztecs, the Maya, and dozens of other civilizations across North and South America had built sophisticated food traditions around chili peppers, using them not only as a flavoring but as a preservative, a medicine, and a sacred substance. The range of varieties they had developed, from mild and sweet to blisteringly hot, reflected thousands of years of careful cultivation and deep understanding. But the New World spice that would prove most commercially valuable in the long run was vanilla. Along the Gulf Coast of Mexico, in a lush tropical region, the people known as the Totonac were among the first to cultivate the vanilla orchid, a climbing vine that grows on the trunks of tall trees. The long, dark pods that are the source of the familiar flavor require an elaborate curing process to develop their characteristic scent, and the Totonac had perfected this process over centuries of practice. When the Aztecs conquered the Totonac region, they adopted vanilla as a luxury ingredient, adding it to their sacred drink made from cacao. The Spanish, who conquered the Aztec Empire in 1521, were introduced to both chocolate and vanilla and brought them back to Europe, where they became fashionable among the wealthy. But vanilla presented a puzzle that no European could solve for 300 years. The vanilla orchid produces flowers that must be pollinated within hours of opening, and in Mexico, this task was performed by a single species of small native bee. Without this particular insect, vanilla vines would bloom beautifully and then produce nothing at all. Every attempt to grow vanilla outside of Mexico, on every continent and in every tropical colony, ended in the same frustrating failure. The flowers opened and then they fell, and not a single pod appeared. The other major New World spice that Columbus encountered was allspice, the dried berry of a tree native to the Caribbean and Central America. Its complex flavor, which suggests a blend of cinnamon, nutmeg, cloves, and pepper all at once, is how it got its English name. Columbus brought allspice back to Spain, but it never achieved the commercial importance of black pepper. Instead, it became a defining ingredient of Caribbean cooking, particularly in Jamaica, where it forms the essential backbone of jerk seasoning, a spice tradition with roots in the resistance of escaped enslaved people who created a survival cuisine in the mountains. The New World also gave the Old World chocolate, tomatoes, potatoes, corn, and dozens of other crops that would reshape agriculture and eating across the globe. But it was the chili pepper, above all, that changed the map of flavor. Within decades of Columbus's voyages, Portuguese traders had carried chili pepper seeds from the Americas to their trading posts in Africa, India, and Southeast Asia, setting in motion a culinary revolution that would remake the cooking of entire continents. Columbus himself never admitted that he had failed to reach Asia. To his dying day in 1506, he insisted that the islands he had found were somewhere off the coast of Japan or China, and that the plants growing there were varieties of Asian originals. He was spectacularly wrong, but his mistake had consequences that no one could have predicted. By sailing west in search of pepper and cinnamon and finding chili peppers and vanilla instead, Columbus set in motion the greatest transfer of plants, animals, and people in the history of the world. And the spices of the Americas, those wrong spices that he misidentified and undervalued, would ultimately have a more powerful impact on global cooking than the Asian spices he spent his whole life searching for. The story of that impact, the extraordinary speed with which one of those New World plants conquered the kitchens of the world, is worth a chapter all its own. In the markets of Goa, sometime in the early 1500s, a Portuguese trader offered a handful of small, brightly colored fruits to a local Indian merchant. The fruits had traveled an extraordinary distance. They had been carried from Brazil across the Atlantic to Lisbon, and then around the southern tip of Africa to the Portuguese trading post on India's western coast. They were chili peppers, and they were about to change everything. The Indian merchant would have recognized the burning sensation on the tongue because India had its own ancient tradition of pungent spices, especially black pepper and long pepper. But the chili was different. It was hotter, cheaper, easier to grow, and it thrived in the Indian climate as though it had always been there. Within a single generation, chili peppers had spread from Goa across the entire subcontinent, transforming Indian cooking so completely that most people today cannot imagine Indian food without them. The speed of this conquest is one of the most remarkable stories in the history of food. The chili pepper originated in the region of modern-day Peru and Bolivia, where it had been part of human diets for at least 7,500 years. The Aztecs, the Maya, the Inca, and dozens of other civilizations across the Americas had cultivated many different varieties, developing a deep understanding of their flavors and uses over thousands of years of careful practice. When Columbus found chili peppers in the Caribbean and called them peppers, the misnomer stuck, even though they are completely unrelated to the black pepper that grows in India. The languages of Europe still use the same word for both, even though the two plants have nothing in common except that they add heat to food. Portuguese and Spanish traders were the agents of the chili pepper's global journey, carrying seeds and plants to their trading posts and colonies across Africa, Asia, and the Pacific. The route from Brazil to Goa was the most consequential because it introduced chili peppers to a subcontinent that was already the world's most enthusiastic consumer of spicy food. The adoption of chili peppers in India was astonishingly fast. South Indians, who had long used generous quantities of black pepper and long pepper in their cooking, immediately recognized the potential of this new arrival. Chilies were hotter than black pepper, they were easier to grow in Indian soils and climates, and they were dramatically cheaper since they could be cultivated right there in local gardens rather than harvested from wild forest vines. Within decades, chili peppers had almost entirely replaced long pepper, and they had become what many consider the single most essential ingredient in Indian cooking. From India, chili peppers moved eastward to Southeast Asia and China. Thai cooking, which today is so closely associated with chili heat, adopted peppers from Portuguese and Dutch traders in the 1600s and 1700s. The great cuisine of the Sichuan region in China, which had long relied on the unique numbing sensation of the local peppercorn, added the burning heat of chili peppers to create the distinctive combination of numbness and fire that makes Sichuan food so unforgettable. Korean cooking embraced chili peppers with particular enthusiasm, developing the fermented chili paste and the chili flakes that are indispensable to nearly every Korean dish, including the national treasure of fermented cabbage. The chili pepper's westward journey was equally transformative. In Hungary, chilies were introduced probably by Ottoman Turkish traders, and they were developed into the sweet and hot ground peppers that became the foundation of Hungarian cooking. The rich stews and sauces that Hungary is famous for depend entirely on the complex flavors of these dried and ground chili peppers. In Ethiopia, chili peppers were folded into the ancient spice blend that forms the heart of Ethiopian cuisine, replacing the long pepper and black pepper that had previously provided the heat. Now, here is a question worth settling into. Why do we do this to ourselves? Why do human beings, alone among all the creatures on Earth, deliberately seek out the pain that chili peppers cause? The compound responsible for the burning sensation binds to pain receptors on the tongue and mouth, triggering the same response in the brain as actual heat damage. It hurts, genuinely and measurably, and yet we keep eating it. One theory is that the brain responds to this pain by releasing its own natural painkillers, creating a cycle of pain and pleasure that some researchers have compared to the thrill of a roller coaster or the tension of a scary movie. One psychologist has called this benign masochism, the deliberate seeking of discomfort in a safe context. What is particularly interesting is that the compound that makes chili peppers hot affects only mammals. Birds, which are the natural seed dispersers for wild chili plants, are completely immune to it. This is not an accident. The compound evolved specifically as a defense against mammals, whose digestive systems destroy chili seeds while leaving birds, which pass the seeds through undamaged, completely unaffected. The fact that we, alone among mammals, have decided to embrace this anti-mammal weapon as one of our favorite foods is a tribute to our species' remarkable talent for turning threats into pleasures. In 1912, an American pharmacist developed the first standardized way to measure chili heat. His original method involved diluting chili extract in sugar water until a panel of tasters could no longer feel the burn. The number of dilutions required became the measurement unit. A sweet bell pepper scores 0. A common jalapeno measures between 2,000 and 8,000. A habanero reaches up to 350,000. The current record holder has been measured at over 3 million units, a level of heat that is, for all practical purposes, more weapon than food. The chili pepper's conquest of the world is perhaps the most successful example of culinary exchange in human history. In roughly 200 years, a plant that had been known only in the Americas became essential to the cooking of India, Thailand, China, Korea, Hungary, Ethiopia, and dozens of other cultures. No other spice has been adopted so widely, so quickly, or so completely. And the journey continues. As migration mixes culinary traditions and new generations develop a taste for heat, the chili pepper shows no sign of slowing down. Meanwhile, back in the islands of Southeast Asia, the European powers were about to fight some of the ugliest wars in history over control of 2 other small wrinkled plant products, and the story of what happened there is one of the darkest chapters in the history of commerce. On a spring morning in 1621, the Dutch Governor-General of the East Indies gave the order that would seal the fate of an entire people. He had brought soldiers and hired fighters to the Banda Islands, a cluster of 10 tiny volcanic islands in eastern Indonesia that happened to be the only place on the entire planet where nutmeg and mace grew naturally. The The people of the Banda Islands, who had lived there for thousands of years and had grown prosperous from the spice trade, had refused to give the Dutch East India Company an exclusive monopoly over their harvest. They preferred to sell their nutmeg to whoever offered the best price, whether Portuguese, English, or Arab. The Dutch response was to order the systematic destruction of the Bandanese people. What followed was, by any standard of history, a genocide. Soldiers swept across the islands, burning villages, killing those who resisted, and rounding up the survivors for enslavement or exile. The island leaders were executed. Those who escaped the initial assault fled into the mountains or tried to reach other islands by canoe, many drowning in the attempt. Out of an estimated population of 15,000 people, roughly 14,000 were killed, enslaved, or driven permanently from their homeland. The roughly 1,000 who survived were scattered across the nutmeg plantations as forced laborers, stripped of their land, their culture, and their freedom. This was not the act of a rogue commander. It was the logical result of the Dutch East India Company's business model. This company, founded in 1602, was the world's first corporation to offer shares of stock to the public, but its charter gave it powers that went far beyond anything a modern corporation would be allowed. It could wage war, negotiate treaties with foreign rulers, establish colonies, and administer justice. These were not ceremonial authorities. The company used them aggressively, because in the world of the 17th century spice trade, military power and commercial advantage were one and the same. The company's strategy was built on a simple and ruthless principle: monopoly through control of supply. Unlike most goods, which are produced across wide areas, nutmeg and cloves grew only in tiny, isolated island groups in the far eastern reaches of Indonesia. If the company could seize complete control of these islands, it could control the entire world's supply of two of its most valuable spices. And in the Banda Islands, the company achieved exactly that by the expedient of eliminating the native population and replacing them with Dutch overseers who ran their estates using enslaved workers brought from other parts of the Indonesian islands and from the Indian Ocean slave trade. In the clove-producing islands further north, the Dutch pursued a different but equally harsh strategy. Rather than destroy the local population outright, they entered into agreements with local rulers that gave the company exclusive purchasing rights. Then, to prevent too much production, which would have driven prices down, the company ordered the systematic cutting and burning of clove trees on islands outside its direct control. Entire groves that had stood for generations were destroyed. Islanders who tried to grow cloves without permission faced severe punishment, including death. This deliberate destruction reduced the world's supply of cloves to a level the company could manage, keeping prices artificially high in the markets of Europe and Asia. The profits generated by this system were staggering. The company sold nutmeg, mace, and cloves at prices 14 to 17 times what it paid at the source. Its shareholders received average annual returns of roughly 18% over the course of the 17th century, making it one of the most profitable enterprises in the history of private business. At its height, the company employed about 50,000 people, maintained a fleet of hundreds of ships, and controlled an empire stretching from the southern tip of Africa to the coast of Japan. In many ways, this company was the first multinational corporation in the modern sense. It issued shares of stock that could be bought and sold. It employed professional managers who worked far from the shareholders and directors. It pursued profit with a focus so intense that it pushed aside all other considerations, including human life. Historians of genocide have studied the events in the Banda Islands and classified the Dutch actions there as an act of deliberate destruction, committed in the service of a commercial monopoly. The human cost extended far beyond the initial violence. The nutmeg plantations that replaced the Bandanese civilization depended entirely on enslaved labor. Company records from the 1690s show roughly 1,900 enslaved people working the gardens, though the company estimated that 2,500 were needed. The enslaved workers came from many places, Some were Bandanese survivors, others were purchased from markets in Java, Sulawesi, India, and the islands of eastern Indonesia. They lived and worked under conditions of extreme hardship, and mortality rates were high, requiring a constant flow of new workers to replace those who had died. The clove trade imposed similar suffering. The destruction of clove trees on islands outside company control devastated local economies that had depended on the spice for centuries. Communities that had been prosperous and self-sufficient were reduced to poverty and dependence. The loss of their most important crop forced many people into bare subsistence or into the labor systems of the company itself. The company's monopoly began to crack in the late 1700s, undermined by the same forces that had created it. Spice plants were smuggled out of company territory by French, British, and local agents who understood that the monopoly was held together by military force alone, not by any natural advantage. Once nutmeg and clove seedlings were successfully grown in other tropical regions, the company's grip on supply, and therefore on prices, collapsed. The company went bankrupt in 1799, its enormous debt swallowed by the Dutch government. But the patterns it had established, the use of military force to control tropical resources, the reliance on enslaved labor, the willingness to destroy entire peoples in pursuit of profit, would cast a long shadow over the centuries that followed. And now, let us hear the extraordinary story of a tiny nutmeg-producing island that was once considered more valuable than all of Manhattan. Somewhere in the Banda Sea, roughly 4,000 kilometers east of Jakarta, there is an island so small that you could walk around it in less than an hour. It is barely 3 kilometers long and less than 1 kilometer wide. It has no natural harbor, no significant hills, no mineral wealth, and no military importance. What it does have, or what it once had, are nutmeg trees. And in the 1600s, that was enough to make it one of the most fought-over pieces of land on Earth, the cause of 2 wars between European powers, and the subject of one of the most extraordinary exchanges of territory in the history of empires. The story begins in 1603, when an English merchant ship arrived in the Banda Islands looking for nutmeg. The captain found the local people willing to trade, and the English quickly established a small trading post on this tiny island, the most remote and least defensible of the entire group. The arrangement suited both sides. The Bandanese gained an alternative buyer who offered competition with the Dutch, while the English gained access to nutmeg at prices much lower than what they would pay in European markets. A few years later, the English East India Company made the arrangement official, establishing proper plantations and accepting the island's inhabitants under English protection. The Dutch were furious. Their entire business model depended on having complete, unchallenged control of the nutmeg trade. The presence of English competitors on even this tiny speck of land threatened to undermine everything. If English traded nutmeg reached European markets at lower prices, the Dutch company's profit margins would collapse. In 1616, Dutch forces tried to seize the island but were driven back. In 1620, they tried again and succeeded, removing the English garrison and tearing out the nutmeg plantations to prevent any future English profit. The English briefly returned in 1664, but the Dutch expelled them again, this time so thoroughly destroying the trees that it would take years for them to grow back. This struggle was not an isolated conflict. It was part of a much larger rivalry between 2 Protestant maritime powers that played out across the entire globe in the 17th century, from the Hudson River to the Strait of Malacca. The first 2 wars between England and the Dutch Republic, fought in the 1650s and 1660s, were driven in large part by commercial disputes over the spice trade. And the resolution of these disputes produced one of the most remarkable territorial swaps in the history of the world. The treaty signed on the 31st of July, 1667, ended the Second Anglo-Dutch War and reshuffled colonial possessions between the 2 powers. Among its many terms, The treaty confirmed Dutch control over the Banda Islands, including the tiny Nutmeg Island, in exchange for English control over the former Dutch settlement of New Amsterdam on the eastern seaboard of North America, a settlement that the English had seized a few years earlier and renamed New York. In plain terms, the Dutch traded Manhattan for a Nutmeg Island. To modern ears, this sounds like the worst deal in the history of deals. Manhattan is today one of the most valuable pieces of real estate on the planet, home to some of the most expensive property in the world. The tiny Nutmeg Island is a forgotten tropical backwater with a population of a few hundred people. But in the context of the 1600s, the exchange made perfect sense. Nutmeg was one of the most valuable commodities in world trade, and complete control over its production was worth far more to the Dutch than a fur trading settlement on the edge of a vast, sparsely populated wilderness. New Amsterdam brought in modest income from the beaver pelt trade. The Banda Islands generated enormous revenue from the nutmeg monopoly. For the shareholders, the calculation was clear. The exchange also made strategic sense for both sides. The Dutch wanted total, undisputed control over the spice-producing islands of eastern Indonesia, and eliminating the English presence gave them exactly that. The English wanted a secure, well-positioned colonial base on the North American coast, and New York, with its excellent natural harbor at the mouth of the Hudson River, was far more useful to them than an indefensible island on the other side of the world. Both sides got what they wanted, even if history would judge the outcomes very differently. The irony of this exchange deepened over the centuries that followed. The Dutch nutmeg monopoly, purchased at such an enormous cost in human and territorial terms, turned out to be unsustainable. French and British agents smuggled nutmeg seedlings out of the Banda Islands and established plantations in their own tropical colonies, including islands in the Indian Ocean, in Southeast Asia, and in the Caribbean. By the early 1800s, nutmeg was being produced in enough locations to break the monopoly, and the price fell sharply. The Banda Islands, which had been the most valuable real estate in the 17th century world, became an economic backwater. New York, meanwhile, grew into the largest and wealthiest city in the Western Hemisphere, a global center of finance, culture, and power that the Dutch could never have foreseen when they traded it for a handful of nutmeg trees. The story of this exchange is more than a curiosity. It is a parable about the nature of value and the impossibility of predicting the future. In the 1600s, nutmeg was worth more than real estate, spices were more important than land, and tiny volcanic islands were worth more to the great powers of Europe than an island at the mouth of the Hudson River. Today, the relationship is reversed so completely that the exchange seems almost comical. But the lesson is not that the Dutch were foolish. The lesson is that the value of all things changes over time, and that the goods that seem most precious and permanent in any given age may turn out to be the most fleeting. And as the Dutch guarded their nutmeg and the English looked elsewhere for profit, another European power was quietly building a spice empire that would grow to become the largest the world had ever seen, an empire born, paradoxically, from a humiliating defeat. On the night of the 9th of March 1623, on the Dutch-held island of Amboina in the Moluccas, a soldier in the employ of the Dutch East India Company was caught behaving suspiciously near the castle walls. Under torture, he confessed to a conspiracy. Under further torture, he named his supposed co-conspirators, 10 English merchants from the English East India Company who ran a small trading post on the island. The Englishmen were arrested and subjected to such extreme torment that accounts of their treatment became a staple of English outrage for the next century. Within days, all 10 were beheaded. The Dutch governor who ordered the executions insisted that the confessions proved a genuine plot to seize the fortress. The English maintained then and forever after that the confessions had been forced through torture and were entirely made up. This event, which became known in English memory as the Amboina Massacre, was a turning point not just for the English East India Company but for the entire future of the British Empire. Before Amboina, The English company had been a spice trading venture founded in 1600, 2 years before its Dutch rival, with the explicit purpose of competing for access to the pepper, cloves, nutmeg, and cinnamon of Southeast Asia. Its early voyages had been profitable. The first expedition to Sumatra returned with a cargo of pepper that earned investors 100% profit. Later voyages established small English trading posts in the Moluccas, in Java, and in the Banda Islands, sitting alongside the much larger Dutch operations. But the Dutch had advantages the English simply could not overcome. The Dutch company had roughly 10 times the capital. It had more ships, more soldiers, more fortified posts, and a willingness to use extreme violence to defend its monopoly that the English, despite their own capacity for cruelty, could not match. After Amboina, the leaders of the English company in London concluded that maintaining a presence in Dutch-controlled territory carried unacceptable risks. By late 1624, the company had formally abandoned its positions in the Moluccas and the Banda Islands, surrendering the clove and nutmeg trade to the Dutch. This retreat was, paradoxically, the most consequential strategic decision in the history of the British Empire. Pushed out of Southeast Asia, the English company redirected its attention to the Indian subcontinent, where the commercial environment was fundamentally different. India was not a scattering of small islands that could be seized by a single European power. It was a vast, densely populated landmass ruled by the powerful Mughal Empire, which had its own sophisticated trade networks and no intention of granting exclusive privileges to foreign merchants. In 1615, the English had already negotiated an agreement with the Mughal Emperor that allowed them to establish trading posts at several key Indian cities. The goods available in India were different from those in the Spice Islands, and in many ways more profitable. Cotton textiles, indigo, and saltpeter offered alternatives to nutmeg and cloves. Indian cotton, in particular, turned out to be enormously valuable because the demand for it was effectively limitless. Unlike spices, which are used in small amounts, cotton cloth was worn by everyone, used in every household, and traded in every market. The English company discovered that by importing Indian cotton to England and selling it onward to Africa and the Americas, it could generate profits that dwarfed anything the spice trade had ever produced. The company's shift from spices to textiles, and then to the direct control of Indian territory, transformed it from a trading operation into a governing power. By the middle of the 1700s, the company was no longer simply buying and selling Indian goods. It was collecting taxes, running courts, maintaining armies, and ruling millions of people. A decisive military victory in 1757 gave the company effective control over the wealthiest province in India. From that point forward, the company was an empire in everything but name. Here is an irony worth pausing on. The English East India Company was founded to trade in spices. It was driven out of the spice trade by the Dutch. It redirected to India, where it found goods more valuable than spices. It used those goods to build an empire that would eventually encompass a quarter of the world's population. The British Empire, the largest empire in all of human history, was born from a failure to corner the market on nutmeg. Spices did not vanish entirely from the company's operations, of course. The Malabar coast of India, the ancient home of black pepper, remained within the company's sphere of influence. The island of Ceylon, which the British took from the Dutch in 1796, was the world's greatest source of cinnamon. The company's territories in Southeast Asia, including the island of Penang and the port of Singapore, gave access to pepper, cloves, and nutmeg that had been transplanted from the old Dutch monopoly islands. By the early 1800s, the British controlled more spice-producing territory than any power in history. But spices were now a minor part of an empire built on cotton, tea, and other goods. The English company's story in the spice trade is thus a story of unintended consequences. The terrible events of 1623, which seemed at the time like a humiliating defeat, turned out to be the catalyst for the most dramatic expansion of power in world history. The Dutch won the battle for nutmeg and cloves, but the English won something far larger. They won India, and with India, much of the world. The Dutch company went bankrupt in 1799, drowning in debt. The English company lasted until 1874, when the British government formally took over the territories it had accumulated. But the empire it had built, the empire born from a failed attempt to trade in spices, would not fully dissolve until India gained its independence in 1947. And beneath all of this, beneath the wars and the empires and the boardroom decisions, there were the people whose labor made it all possible. People who had no choice in the matter and who bore the heaviest cost of Europe's desire for spice. In the nutmeg gardens of the Banda Islands, sometime in the late 1600s, an enslaved man from the island of Sulawesi stood beneath trees that had once belonged to the Bandanese people. The Bandanese were gone, killed or driven into exile by the Dutch company in the 1620s. Their orchards, their villages, their entire way of life had been replaced by Dutch-run plantations, each operated by a Dutch overseer who supervised a workforce of enslaved people brought from across the Indonesian islands and the Indian Ocean world. This man from Sulawesi was one of roughly 1,900 enslaved workers tending the nutmeg trees, according to the company's own records, though the company itself estimated that 2,500 were needed to keep production at the level it demanded. The spice trade's relationship with slavery is one of the most painful and least examined chapters in the history of human bondage. While the sugar slavery connection has been extensively studied by historians, the role of enslaved and forced labor in producing the spices that flavored Europe's food, scented its churches, and filled its medicine cabinets has received far less attention. Yet from the Banda Islands to Ceylon, from Zanzibar to the vanilla plantations of islands in the Indian Ocean, the spice trade was built, in very large part, on the backs of people who had no say in the matter. The Dutch system in the Banda Islands was the most extreme example. After the destruction of the Bandanese population, the company divided the islands into 68 nutmeg plantations, each assigned to a Dutch planter who received the land as a grant. These planters were required to sell their entire harvest to the company at fixed prices, and they depended absolutely on enslaved labor to tend the trees, harvest the fruit, and process the nutmeg and mace. The enslaved workers came from many sources. Some were Bandanese survivors captured during the violence. Others were purchased from slave markets across the Indonesian islands. Still others were brought from the Indian subcontinent, carried across the same ocean that had once moved spices in the other direction. The conditions on the plantations were harsh. The planters had complete authority over their workforce, and punishments for disobedience, attempted escape, or failure to meet production targets were severe. The enslaved workers lived in barracks near the plantation houses, received minimal food, and worked under constant watch. Death rates were high, and the company's records show a persistent need to bring in new workers to replace those who had died or become too ill to continue. In Ceylon, the modern-day island nation of Sri Lanka, the pattern was different, but no less exploitative. The Dutch had seized the coastal regions from the Portuguese in the mid-1600s, gaining control of the world's most productive cinnamon forests. The cinnamon industry had long relied on a system of obligatory labor provided by a specific social group who were traditionally responsible for peeling the bark from cinnamon trees. Under the Dutch, this traditional obligation was formalized and expanded into what amounted to forced unpaid labor enforced by colonial authority. These workers were required to deliver fixed amounts of cinnamon each year, and failure to meet their quotas brought punishment. On top of this, enslaved Africans were brought to Ceylon to work on cinnamon plantations along the southern coast, adding chattel slavery to the existing system of compulsory labor. When the British took control of Ceylon in 1796, they initially kept the cinnamon monopoly and the labor systems that supported it. The company recognized the enormous value of Ceylon's cinnamon and was reluctant to change anything, even as opposition to slavery was growing back in Britain. It was not until the early 1800s that the formal systems of forced labor were gradually dismantled, replaced by wage labor that was, in practice, only slightly less exploitative. The story of Zanzibar adds yet another dimension to this painful connection between spices and slavery. When the Sultan of Oman relocated his capital to Zanzibar in 1832, he recognized the island's strategic position along the Indian Ocean trade routes and introduced large-scale cultivation of clove trees, which had been obtained from the Dutch-controlled Moluccas. Within decades, Zanzibar produced roughly 90% of the world's cloves. This clove empire was built entirely on enslaved labor. Zanzibar was one of the main slave markets in East Africa, and at the height of the trade, tens of thousands of enslaved people passed through the island each year. Many were put to work on the clove plantations, which required intensive labor throughout the growing season. The harvest was especially demanding, because the flower buds had to be picked by hand at precisely the right moment, before they opened, and this required large numbers of workers who could be sent out quickly during the brief harvest window. The connection between cloves and slavery on Zanzibar was so direct that when slavery was finally abolished on the island under British colonial pressure in the early 1900s, clove production declined significantly. Plantation owners who had relied on enslaved labor could not find enough free workers willing to do the same back-breaking work at the wages they offered. The industry eventually recovered, but it never regained the scale of the slave labor era. The French colonial plantations on the Indian Ocean islands of Reunion, Mauritius, and Madagascar followed a similar pattern. When spice plants were successfully transplanted to these islands in the late 1700s, the plantations that grew from those stolen seedlings were worked by enslaved Africans and people from Madagascar. The vanilla plantations that would later make Madagascar the world's largest producer were established using the same system. Even after the formal end of slavery in the French colonies in 1848, the plantation system persisted through various forms of contract labor that preserved many of the worst features of bondage. The human cost of Europe's love of aromatic flavors is impossible to calculate fully. For every pinch of nutmeg that flavored a Dutch merchant's wine, for every stick of cinnamon that scented a British drawing room, for every clove that studded a Victorian pomander, there were human beings whose labor was taken by force, whose freedom was denied, and whose lives were shortened by the brutal demands of spice production. The spice trade, which is so often told as a story of adventure and discovery, was also and inescapably a story of human exploitation on a global scale. But even the most tightly held monopolies eventually break, and the story of how they were broken is a tale of daring cunning and stolen seedlings carried across the sea in the dead of night. In the year 1770, a French ship slipped quietly away from a tiny island in the eastern Indonesian archipelago, its hold carrying the most valuable cargo of stolen goods in the history of botany. Aboard were 400 nutmeg trees and 70 rooted clove trees, dug up in the dead of night from plantations that the Dutch East India Company had guarded with the intensity of a nation protecting its most sacred possession. The man who had planned this botanical theft was not a soldier or a spy in the usual sense. He was a French colonial official, and his name, in one of history's more delightful coincidences, literally meant pepper. This man had spent nearly 2 decades planning and carrying out the theft of the Dutch spice monopoly. Born in the French city of Lyon in 1719, he had traveled widely in Southeast Asia as a young man, visiting the Moluccas, China, and other regions on behalf of the French trading company. It was during these journeys that he formed the idea that would define his life. If he could smuggle living spice plants out of Dutch-controlled territory and establish them in French colonies, France could break the monopoly and claim a share of the most profitable trade on earth. The Dutch understood perfectly well that their monopoly depended on preventing exactly this kind of theft. They stationed soldiers on every spice-producing island, maintained naval patrols around the Moluccas, and imposed the death penalty on anyone caught smuggling live spice plants. In the clove-producing islands, they went even further, ordering the systematic destruction of clove trees on any island they did not directly control. The punishment for growing unauthorized clove trees was death. The first attempts at smuggling spice plants were failures. Early expeditions were plagued by bad luck, storms, and the alertness of Dutch guards. Plants that survived the dangerous sea crossings often died in transit or failed to take root in their new soil. Critics in the French colonial administration mocked the obsession and funding was repeatedly cut. But the man behind the plan was relentless. In 1767, he was appointed to a senior administrative position on the French island of Mauritius, giving him the authority and resources to organize his most ambitious operations. Between 1769 and 1770, he arranged a series of secret raids into Dutch-controlled territory. His agents landed on poorly guarded islands, bribed local farmers and workers, and dug up living nutmeg and clove plants under cover of darkness. The most successful expedition brought back over 3,000 nutmeg plants and dozens of clove trees, carried across the Indian Ocean in the hold of a ship, watered by hand during the long voyage. The man who actually carried out the most daring of these raids was a French clerk who managed to smuggle 400 nutmeg trees and 70 clove trees from a single island. His expedition was conducted in extreme secrecy, with the plants hidden below decks and tended as carefully as newborn children. When the stolen plants arrived in Mauritius, the official who had organized the theft personally supervised their planting in the island's botanical gardens. The Dutch learned of the theft almost immediately, but there was nothing they could do. The plants were on French territory, beyond the reach of Dutch soldiers. Within a few years, clove and nutmeg trees were growing successfully on Mauritius and the neighboring island of Réunion, and French colonists were beginning to export small quantities of spices that competed directly with Dutch products. The monopoly that had been maintained through violence, slavery, and the destruction of countless groves was broken by a bureaucrat with a botanical obsession and a name that meant pepper. He was not the only spice thief in history, of course. The British conducted their own operations throughout the 1800s and 1900s. When the British took control of Ceylon from the Dutch in 1796, they gained access to the world's finest cinnamon, but they also set about transplanting cinnamon to their other tropical colonies, including islands in the Malay Peninsula and the Caribbean. The logic was the same. By spreading a valuable spice to multiple locations, they could ensure that no single colony's loss would cripple their supply, and they could drive down prices by increasing competition. The most famous act of botanical theft in British history was not actually a spice theft, but a tea theft, when a Scottish botanist smuggled tea plants and manufacturing secrets out of China for the East India Company in the 1840s. But the template for that mission had been established decades earlier by the spice smugglers of the Indian Ocean, men who understood that in the world of colonial commerce, a stolen plant could be worth more than a conquered city. The spice smugglers of the 1800s broke the monopolies that had dominated the global spice trade for 2 centuries. By the early 1900s, nutmeg was growing in the Caribbean island of Grenada, which today produces roughly a third of the world's supply. Cloves were thriving on Zanzibar, far from the Moluccas where they had first evolved. Cinnamon had been transplanted to dozens of tropical locations. Black pepper was growing in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Brazil, as well as in its ancestral home on the Malabar coast. The age of spice monopolies was over, broken not by armies or navies, but by gardeners, botanists, and bureaucrats with the patience to nurture stolen seedlings across oceans. The great irony of the spice monopolies is that by concentrating production in small, controllable areas, the Dutch created a system that was uniquely vulnerable to theft. All it took was one successful smuggler, one ship full of stolen seedlings to bring the entire structure crashing down. The democratization of spice production that followed would, over the next century, transform spices from luxuries that only the wealthy could afford into everyday goods found in every kitchen. But before that transformation was complete, there are 2 individual spices whose stories are so remarkable that they deserve chapters of their own. Let us begin with the most expensive substance on Earth, a fragile crimson thread plucked from the center of an autumn flower. On the walls of an ancient palace on the island of Crete, painted roughly 3,500 years ago, a young woman in a flowing dress reaches toward a field of purple flowers, carefully plucking the crimson threads from their centers. The painting, one of the earliest images of spice harvesting in the entire archaeological record, captures a scene that has changed remarkably little in 3,500 years. Today, in the saffron fields of Kashmir, Iran, and the La Mancha region of Spain, workers still bend over the same kind of flower, still pluck the same 3 crimson threads from each blossom by hand, and still do this work in the same narrow window of autumn mornings when the flowers have freshly opened and their threads are at their most fragrant. Saffron is the most expensive spice on earth by weight, and it has held this distinction for most of recorded history. A kilogram of high-quality saffron costs several $1,000s on the world market, and the reason is painfully simple. Each flower produces only 3 threads. Each thread must be picked by hand, and it takes between 70,000 and 200,000 flowers to produce a single kilogram of dried saffron. There is no machine that can do this work. There is no shortcut, no industrial method, no clever trick of science that can significantly increase the yield. Saffron production has always been and remains an exercise in patient, painstaking human labor. The plant itself is a botanical mystery. The saffron crocus does not exist in the wild. It is what scientists call a sterile hybrid, meaning it cannot reproduce on its own through seeds. Every saffron crocus in the world is a clone, grown by dividing the bulb-like structures at the base of the plant and replanting them. Genetic research suggests that saffron was first cultivated in Bronze Age Greece, probably by selectively breeding a wild crocus species that grows naturally in the eastern Mediterranean. The ancient Minoans of Crete appear to have been among the first to grow it on a large scale, and the palace paintings suggest that saffron held a central place in Minoan religious and social life. From Greece, saffron spread eastward to Persia and westward to the Iberian Peninsula, following trade routes and the movements of peoples. The Persians became the most enthusiastic growers, developing techniques of harvesting, drying, and grading that are still used in Iran today. Iran remains the world's largest producer by far, accounting for roughly 90% of all saffron grown, though it faces growing competition from Kashmir, Spain, Greece, and a number of newer producers. The medieval history of saffron is marked by extraordinary demand and equally extraordinary fraud. Saffron was used not only as a spice and a dye, but as a medicine. Medieval doctors prescribed it for everything from plague to sadness, and the belief in its healing powers pushed prices to levels that made cheating enormously profitable. The most common tricks were mixing saffron with marigold petals, safflower threads, beetroot fibers, and even silk dyed red, all of which could be blended in with the real thing to increase the weight and volume without being immediately obvious to the buyer. The consequences for those caught cheating were severe. In the German city of Nuremberg, one of the great centers of the saffron trade in the 1400s and 1500s, the city council enacted a specific legal code governing the inspection and sale of saffron. Under this code, anyone caught adding foreign materials to their saffron could be fined, imprisoned, or, in the most serious cases, put to death by being burned alive alongside their fraudulent merchandise. The harshness of the punishment reflected how seriously medieval authorities took the integrity of the saffron supply, which was considered essential to both public health and the trust on which commerce depended. The most dramatic episode in saffron's medieval history was a conflict that broke out in 1374. A shipment of 800 pounds of saffron was being transported from southern France to the Swiss city of Basel, where it was destined for sale at the city's profitable market. As the shipment passed through territory controlled by Austrian nobles, they seized it, recognizing its enormous value. The saffron was worth the equivalent of hundreds of thousands of dollars in today's money, and its theft triggered a 14-week armed standoff, during which both sides mobilized soldiers and threatened escalation. The conflict ended only when the saffron was returned to its original owners. Basel subsequently began growing its own saffron, and the crocus flower became part of the city's official symbol. The saffron crop there lasted only about a decade before it failed, but the episode remains one of the most remarkable examples of a conflict started by a spice. The saffron of Kashmir, grown in the valley of Pantry, is considered by many to be the finest in the world, prized for its deep crimson color, its intense fragrance, and its distinctive flavor. The harvest season in late October and early November is a major cultural event, with entire families working together to pick the flowers at dawn, when the blossoms are still closed and the delicate threads are protected from the sun. But Kashmir's saffron industry faces serious threats. Changes in rainfall patterns are affecting the crocus, and yields have declined in recent decades. Water scarcity, loss of farmland to development, and competition from cheaper saffron have all squeezed producers, many of whom are small-scale farmers who cannot easily afford to modernize their operations. Spain's saffron, grown in the La Mancha region, has its own rich history. Saffron was brought to Spain by Arab traders during the centuries of Islamic rule, and the dry, sunny climate proved ideal for the crocus. Spanish saffron became a defining ingredient in the country's cooking, essential to its most famous rice dishes and stews. But like Kashmir, La Mancha has seen its production fall dramatically in recent decades, from hundreds of tons per year to just a few tons, undermined by high labor costs and competition from abroad. The story of saffron is, in many ways, a miniature version of the entire spice story. It is a substance whose value comes not just from scarcity, but from the extraordinary human labor required to produce it. It has been treasured, fought over, counterfeited, and celebrated for thousands of years. And despite all the changes the modern world has brought, saffron remains what it has always been, a product that can only be made by human hands, one flower at a time, in the cool light of an autumn morning. And now let us turn to another spice whose story is equally extraordinary, a tropical orchid that defied 3 centuries of European attempts to grow it until a 12-year-old boy on a tiny island solved the puzzle. On the French island of Réunion in the year 1841, a 12-year-old enslaved boy named Edmond performed an act that would transform an entire global industry. Edmond had been born into slavery on the island and had no surname of his own. He had been taught some basic botany by his owner, a man who kept a small garden of tropical plants. One morning, Edmond showed his owner something that the finest botanists in all of Europe had been unable to achieve for 300 years. A vanilla vine in the garden was bearing fruit. Using a thin stick and a simple movement of his thumb, Edmond had pollinated the vanilla flower by hand, transferring the pollen from one part of the flower to another in a technique so elegant and so simple that it remains the standard method of vanilla pollination everywhere in the world to this day. The boy was later given the surname Albius, and his discovery made possible, for the first time in history, the growing of vanilla outside of Mexico. The vanilla orchid is native to the tropical forests of eastern Mexico, where it grows as a climbing vine on the trunks of tall trees. The people known as the Totonac, who lived along the Gulf Coast in what is now the state of Veracruz, were among the first to cultivate it, and their relationship with the plant goes back at least to the 1200s. The Totonac considered vanilla sacred, and they developed the elaborate curing process that transforms the green, nearly scentless vanilla pod into the dark, richly aromatic treasure that is the source of the familiar flavor. This curing takes months, involving careful cycles of sun-drying and wrapping in blankets, and the Totonac perfected it over centuries of patient practice. When the Aztecs conquered the Totonac region in the 1400s, they adopted vanilla as a luxury flavoring, adding it to their sacred drink made from cacao along with chili peppers and honey. The Aztec emperor was said to have consumed large quantities of this vanilla-flavored chocolate, and vanilla was part of the tribute that conquered Totonac communities were required to pay. The Spanish, who conquered the Aztec Empire in 1521, were introduced to both chocolate and vanilla, and recognized their value. By the middle of the 1500s, vanilla was being shipped to Spain, where it became fashionable among the wealthy. But vanilla presented a puzzle that would confound European growers for 300 years. The vanilla orchid produces flowers that bloom for only a single day, and in that brief window, each flower must be pollinated or it will wither and fall without producing a pod. In Mexico, this pollination was performed by a single species of small native bee that had co-evolved with the vanilla orchid over millions of years and was the only insect capable of navigating the complex structure of the flower to transfer its pollen. European colonists tried everything. The French brought vanilla vines to Reunion, to Mauritius, and to Madagascar. The Dutch planted them in Java. The British tried them in India. In every case, the vines grew beautifully, produced lovely white flowers, and then failed completely to produce a single pod. Scientists proposed theories about soil conditions, about climate, about mysterious nutritional deficiencies. But the real answer was stunningly simple. There were no suitable pollinators outside of Mexico, and without them, the flowers could not be fertilized. A Belgian botanist was the first to demonstrate in 1836 that vanilla could be pollinated by hand. But his technique was complicated and impractical for use on a large scale. It was Edmund Albius, 5 years later, who refined the process into something anyone could learn. Using a thin bamboo splint, the pollinator lifts a small membrane inside the flower and presses the pollen-bearing part against the receptive surface with a quick thumb gesture. The whole thing takes just a few seconds per flower, and a skilled worker can pollinate 1,000 flowers in a single day. Edmund's discovery was revolutionary, but the rewards went entirely to the colonial system that had enslaved him. French colonists on Reunion immediately adopted the technique and established commercial vanilla plantations. They then brought it to Madagascar, which had the ideal tropical climate and a large population that could be recruited, often under pressure, to perform the demanding work of pollination, harvesting, and curing. Madagascar's vanilla industry grew rapidly, and by the middle of the 20th century, the island had become the dominant producer, a position it holds today. Roughly 80% of the world's natural vanilla now comes from Madagascar, grown by an estimated 80,000 small-scale farmers in the northeastern part of the island. Edmund Albius, the boy whose discovery made all of this possible, received nothing for it. After slavery was abolished in the French colonies in 1848, Albius was freed, but he had no education, no property, and no resources. He was later arrested for theft and sentenced to prison, though his sentence was eventually reduced. He died in poverty in 1880 at the age of 51. His grave went unmarked for decades, and it was not until late in the 20th century that his contribution was widely recognized. The modern vanilla trade is marked by crisis and instability. Madagascar's dominance means that any disruption to the island's production, whether from storms, drought, political trouble, or theft, sends prices soaring around the world. A devastating cyclone in 2017 destroyed a large portion of the crop and drove prices temporarily higher than those of silver. Theft of vanilla pods has become so common that many farmers harvest their beans before they are fully ripe, sacrificing quality to reduce the risk of losing their crop. And here is the deepest paradox of vanilla. It is the world's second most expensive spice after saffron, and yet the flavor most people actually taste when they eat something vanilla flavored is not from the plant at all. The vast majority of vanilla flavoring used in commercial products is made synthetically, produced from byproducts of the wood pulp industry or from compounds derived from petroleum. This synthetic version is nearly identical to the main flavor compound in natural vanilla and costs a tiny fraction of the price. Only about 1% of the vanilla flavoring consumed worldwide comes from actual vanilla beans. The story of vanilla is the story of a plant that refused to cooperate with empire, a 12-year-old boy whose genius was stolen, and a world that learned to imitate the flavor without ever quite replicating the soul. It is one of the most bittersweet tales in the entire history of spices. And now let us step back from individual spices and consider something broader, the art of combining them, because it is in the blending of spices that the deepest culinary wisdom of the world's cultures can be found. In a kitchen in the old city of Fez, Morocco, a spice merchant reaches into a wooden cabinet and begins assembling the ingredients for his family's signature blend. He works from memory, not from a written recipe, because this particular combination has been passed down through 4 generations and exists only in the practiced movements of his hands. He measures out cumin, coriander, turmeric, cinnamon, ginger, black pepper, cardamom, cloves, nutmeg, mace, allspice, star anise, dried rose petals, lavender, fennel, and saffron, among others. Some versions of this blend contain as many as 80 separate ingredients, and no 2 merchants in Fez make exactly the same one. Its name translates from Arabic as head of the shop, meaning the very best that the spice seller has to offer. The art of combining spices into signature blends is one of the oldest and most sophisticated traditions in all of cooking, and it reveals something profound about the cultures that practice it. A spice blend is not merely a collection of flavors. It is a statement of identity, a storehouse of cultural memory, and a record of the trade routes, migrations, and historical encounters that brought those particular spices together in that particular place. Every great cuisine has its defining blends, and the story of those blends is the story of the people who created them. India's warm spice mixture, known as garam masala, is perhaps the most widely recognized blend in the world, though the name is slightly misleading. The warm referred to is not chili heat, but the warming effect that traditional Indian medicine attributes to certain spices. A typical version includes cardamom, cinnamon, cumin, cloves, bay leaves, star anise, and black peppercorns, but the exact recipe varies enormously from one region to the next, and from one family to the next. In northern India, it tends to lean towards cinnamon and cardamom. In the south, it might include more black pepper and curry leaves. The essential point is that no single recipe is more correct than another, because this blend is not a fixed formula but a living tradition shaped by each cook according to their own taste, their own available ingredients, and their own family history. The Chinese approach to blending is fundamentally different. Where Indian blends tend toward complexity and individual variation, the Chinese 5-spice blend aims for balance among the 5 flavors recognized in Chinese culinary thinking: sweet, sour, bitter, salty, and pungent. The standard ingredients are star anise, cloves, Chinese cinnamon bark, Sichuan pepper, and fennel seeds. The blend is used in braised meats, roasted poultry, and stir-fried dishes, and its distinctive, slightly sweet, licorice-forward character is one of the most recognizable signatures of Chinese cooking. Ethiopian cooking stands apart because of the extraordinary complexity of its central blend and the vital role it plays in daily life. A traditional version may contain 15 or more individual spices, typically including chili peppers, fenugreek, coriander, cardamom, black pepper, cinnamon, cumin, turmeric, ginger, cloves, and allspice. The chili peppers that form its fiery backbone arrived in Ethiopia from the Americas in the 1500s, brought by Portuguese traders. Before that, the heat came from long pepper, black pepper, and possibly grains of paradise, all available through the Indian Ocean trade networks that connected the Horn of Africa with India and Southeast Asia. This blend is essential to Ethiopia's most beloved stew, and it is used in dozens of other preparations as well. In the Caribbean, jerk seasoning tells the story of African, indigenous, and European food traditions meeting and mingling on the islands. The foundation is allspice, the dried berry that Columbus misidentified as pepper. To that is added fiery Scotch bonnet peppers, thyme, garlic, ginger, scallions, cinnamon, nutmeg, and cloves. The Maroons, escaped enslaved people who built free communities in the mountains of Jamaica, are traditionally credited with creating jerk cooking, blending African smoking methods with local American spices and European additions into something entirely new. Japan offers yet another approach with its 7-flavor chili blend, first sold in the old city of Edo, now Tokyo, in the 1600s. The mix typically includes red chili pepper, Sichuan pepper, dried orange peel, black sesame, white sesame, hemp seeds, and ground ginger. It reflects the Japanese philosophy of balance and restraint, each ingredient contributing a distinct note without overwhelming the others. The Egyptian blend, the Persian Gulf blend, the 5-seed mixture of Bengal, the 4-spice powder of France, the red paste of the Yucatan, the hot sauce of Yemen. Every culture that has had access to more than a handful of spices has developed its own blending tradition, its own philosophy of which flavors belong together and why. And these blends are not frozen in time. They evolve over centuries, absorbing new ingredients as trade routes deliver new spices to new places. Ethiopian cooking gained chili peppers from the Americas. Indian blends absorbed cloves from the distant islands of Indonesia. Caribbean jerk combined allspice from Jamaica with ginger from Asia and thyme from the Mediterranean. Every blend is a layered record of the encounters, exchanges, and migrations that have shaped the culture that created it. The modern commercial spice industry has tried to standardize many of these blends, packaging them in uniform jars with fixed ingredient lists and consistent flavor profiles. This has made these blends available to millions of people who might never have tasted them otherwise, and that is a real gift. But it has also flattened the extraordinary diversity that characterizes these traditions in their home places. A jar of supermarket spice blend bears roughly the same relationship to the mixture prepared by a grandmother in her own kitchen as a bottle of cheap table wine bears to a handcrafted vintage. The basic ingredients may be similar, but the knowledge, the intention, and the story behind them are entirely different. And spice blends are not only about flavor. For much of history, they have also been about healing, and the ancient connection between spices and medicine is one of the most enduring threads in our story. In a village in the Indian state of Kerala, sometime around 2,000 years ago, a healer prepared a paste of turmeric, black pepper, and ginger for a patient suffering from aching joints and swelling. He did not know in the language of modern science why this combination worked. He did not know that the golden compound in turmeric has powerful effects against inflammation, or that the sharp compound in black pepper dramatically increases the body's ability to absorb that golden substance, allowing it to work far more effectively than turmeric alone. He did not know any of this in modern terms, but he knew from generations of careful observation that the combination worked. And 2,000 years later, laboratory researchers would confirm that his instinct was correct. The relationship between spices and healing is as old as the relationship between spices and food, and for most of human history, the two have been inseparable. The earliest medical texts from every major civilization prescribe spices as medicines, and many of the spices we now use only to flavor our cooking were originally valued primarily for their ability to heal. Pepper was a medicine before it was a seasoning. Cinnamon was used to fight infection before it was a baking ingredient. Ginger was a remedy for nausea and stomach trouble long before it appeared alongside raw fish. The modern Western idea that food and medicine are separate things would have been incomprehensible to most cultures throughout most of history. The traditional medical system of India, known by a name meaning knowledge of life, represents perhaps the most comprehensive system of spice-based medicine ever developed. Its foundational texts, compiled over a span of centuries ending around 200 of the Common Era, catalogue hundreds of medicinal plants including virtually every spice grown on the Indian subcontinent. Turmeric is prescribed for inflammation, skin problems, digestive troubles, breathing difficulties, and conditions of the liver. One of the oldest Vedic texts documents its medicinal use, making turmeric one of the most continuously used healing plants in all of human history. In the Indian medical tradition, spices are classified not just by their observable effects, but by their fundamental nature, whether they are warming or cooling, drying or moistening, heavy or light. These qualities determine how each spice interacts with a person's individual constitution. Ginger, for example, is considered hot and dry, making it suitable for people with too much cold and moisture in their system. Coriander is considered cool and dry, appropriate for conditions involving too much heat. This way of thinking may seem unscientific by modern standards, but the practical results, the specific spice combinations recommended for specific conditions, have proven remarkably consistent with what modern laboratories have found. Traditional Chinese medicine developed its own independent system of spice-based healing. Star anise, cassia bark, ginger, and Sichuan pepper are among the spices used extensively in Chinese medical preparations. Ginger holds a particularly important place, classified as a warming herb that improves blood flow, treats colds and infections of the airways, and calms the stomach. The Chinese practice of combining ginger with other plants in precise mixtures anticipated what modern science calls drug synergy, the idea that the combined effect of multiple substances can be greater than the sum of their individual effects. In medieval Europe, spices were considered among the most powerful medicines available. The prevailing medical theory held that health depended on maintaining a balance of 4 bodily fluids, and that spices, with their intense flavors and warming qualities, could shift that balance back toward health. Medieval doctors prescribed cinnamon for stomach complaints, cloves for toothaches, nutmeg for intestinal problems, and pepper for nearly everything. The Great Plagues of the 1400s pushed spice consumption to new heights. The devastating disease that swept through Europe, killing between a third and more than half of the population, inspired desperate attempts at prevention and treatment. Small perforated balls filled with cloves, cinnamon, and other fragrant spices were carried by those who could afford them, in the belief that strong aromas could ward off the corrupted air thought to cause illness. Plague doctors wore masks with long beaks stuffed with aromatic herbs and spices, creating what amounted to early air filters. While the understanding of disease behind these practices was incorrect, the intuition that strong aromatics had germ-fighting properties was not entirely wrong. Modern science has devoted considerable attention to investigating what spices actually do to the human body, and the results have been striking. The active compound in turmeric has been the subject of thousands of studies showing effects against inflammation, harmful oxidation, and possibly even certain types of cancer. The compound that gives ginger its bite has been shown to reduce nausea, lower blood sugar, and slow the growth of certain cancer cells in laboratory settings. Cinnamon has demonstrated germ-fighting properties and the ability to improve how the body handles sugar. The heat compound in chili peppers is used in creams for pain relief and has shown potential as an appetite regulator. But turning these laboratory findings into actual medical treatments has proven complicated. Many promising spice compounds, particularly the golden compound in turmeric, are poorly absorbed by the body when eaten in food. The amounts needed to produce the effects seen in test tubes would require consuming far more turmeric than any person could reasonably eat. This has led to the development of concentrated supplements, often combined with pepper to improve absorption, but the evidence for these products remains mixed. The tension between traditional spice medicine and modern science reflects a broader question in healthcare today. Traditional systems have thousands of years of careful observation about what spices do to the human body. Modern science has the tools to identify the exact molecular reasons behind those observations. But connecting observational wisdom to molecular science has proven far more difficult than many hoped. The ancient healer who combined turmeric with black pepper was, in a real sense, practicing advanced medicine. But he was also working within a philosophical framework that understood health and healing in very different terms from those used in a modern laboratory. What is beyond question is that spices have been the oldest and most persistent form of medicine used by our species, found on every continent, in every culture, and in every era. And the modern medical industry, which often presents itself as a product of pure science, owes more to the spice medicine traditions of ancient India, China, Egypt, and Greece than it usually acknowledges. Let us now step back and consider the largest picture of all, how the quest for these small, fragrant plant products shaped the modern world itself. On the 6th of September 1522, a battered ship limped into a harbor on the southwestern coast of Spain. Of the 5 ships and roughly 270 men who had departed Spain 3 years earlier, only this single vessel and 18 exhausted survivors had made it home. The commander of the expedition was dead, killed in a fight in the Philippines. The other 4 ships had been lost to storms, mutiny, shipwreck, and desertion. But in the hold of the surviving ship were 26 tons of cloves and cinnamon, loaded on islands at the far side of the world. And when those spices were sold on the European market, they earned enough profit to cover the entire cost of the expedition, including the loss of 4 ships and more than 250 lives. The first trip around the entire globe had paid for itself in spices. That voyage is perhaps the most dramatic illustration of a larger truth. The quest for spices was the primary engine of the transformation that created the modern world. Between roughly 1400 and 1700, the desire to control the spice trade drove the development of ocean-going ships, the mapping of the world's seas, the creation of global trading networks, the birth of modern capitalism, and the beginning of European colonialism. No other commodity, not gold, not silver, not cotton or silk, played as central a role in connecting every continent into a single economic system. The connection between spices and the technology of sailing was direct and clear. Before the 1500s, European ships were designed for the relatively calm waters of the Mediterranean and the nearby Atlantic coast. The desire to reach the spice-producing regions of Asia without passing through territory controlled by others drove Portuguese and Spanish shipbuilders to invent new types of vessels, small, highly maneuverable ships that could survive the open ocean and sail into the wind. The Portuguese developed the technique of sailing far out into the Atlantic to catch favorable winds for the return journey from West Africa, a method driven by the need to reach the pepper coast of India. The instruments that allowed sailors to determine their position at sea, devices for measuring the angle of the sun and stars, were refined and perfected in the service of the spice trade. The economic institutions created to finance and manage the spice trade became the foundations of modern capitalism. The joint stock company, which allowed many investors to pool their money, share the risks, and divide the profits of long-distance ventures, was developed specifically for the spice trade. The Dutch company, founded in 1602, was the world's first publicly traded corporation, issuing shares of stock that could be bought and sold on a new kind of marketplace, the Amsterdam Stock Exchange, which was itself created to handle trading in the company's shares. The English company, founded 2 years earlier, followed a similar path. These companies solved the fundamental problem of how to pay for ventures that required enormous upfront investment, took years to complete, and carried a very real risk of total loss. Their solution, limited liability and tradable shares, became the template for the modern corporation. The Dutch company handled more Asian trade between 1602 and 1796 than all other European companies combined. Its operations stretched across half the globe, and its organizational systems, including standardized contracts, professional managers, and careful accounting, anticipated the structures of modern multinational businesses. The wealth generated by the spice trade funded the Dutch Golden Age, supporting the art, the science, and the philosophy that made the Netherlands one of the most creative societies in European history. The spice trade also drove the mapping of the world. The Portuguese guarded their charts of the African coast and the Indian Ocean with the secrecy of a state protecting military intelligence, understanding that navigational knowledge was as valuable as any fortress. When the Spanish needed to determine whether the Spice Islands fell within their sphere under a treaty dividing the non-European world, they commissioned the most accurate maps of the Pacific that had ever been produced. The theft of Portuguese charts by rival powers was one of the earliest forms of government-sponsored intelligence gathering, but the most far-reaching legacy of the spice trade was colonialism itself. The Portuguese trading empire in Asia, the Dutch Empire in Indonesia, the British presence in India, and the Spanish rule over the Philippines all had their origins in attempts to control the buying and selling of spices. The patterns of exploitation that defined the relationship between Europe and Asia for 4 centuries, military conquest, forced monopoly, enslaved labor, and the destruction of local cultures, were first established not by ideologues or warriors, but by merchants trying to maximize their returns on pepper, cloves, and cinnamon. The argument that the spice trade was the single most transformative economic force in human history between 1400 and 1700 is difficult to challenge. Before the spice trade, the world's great civilizations were largely disconnected, linked by thin overland routes and limited sea contacts. Afterward, they were bound together in a global system from which none could escape. The ships that carried spices also carried diseases, religions, languages, technologies, and people across oceans that had previously been barriers. The world that emerged from the spice trade, for better and for worse, is the world we still live in today, connected, interdependent, and shaped in ways both visible and invisible by the consequences of one civilization's desperate desire for the aromatic products of tropical plants. The silver that flowed from the Americas through the Philippines to China in exchange for silk and spices created the first truly global currency system. The plantation economies established in Southeast Asia became the model for colonial farming worldwide. The financial tools developed to manage spice trade risks evolved into the stock markets, insurance markets, and commodity exchanges that define modern capitalism. At every level, from the molecular to the political, the quest for spices reshaped the world. And yet, for all the world-changing power of the spice trade, there would come a time when the most treasured luxuries of the ancient world would become the most ordinary items in the modern pantry. And that transformation is a story all its own. In the year 1889, a 25-year-old man rented a single room and a cellar in Baltimore, Maryland, and began selling flavoring extracts and fruit syrups door to door. He had no factory, no employees, and no particular expertise in the spice business. What he had was an instinct for the emerging American market and a willingness to work very long hours. Within a few years, he had purchased an existing spice company. A few years after that, he had a 4-story plant and his own line of spices and mustards. Over the following century, the company that bore his name would grow into the largest spice producer in the world, placing standardized, affordable spices in the kitchens of millions of households and, eventually, in supermarkets and restaurants across the globe. The transformation of spices from priceless luxuries into everyday pantry staples is one of the most profound shifts in the entire history of food. For most of recorded history, spices were among the most valuable commodities on earth. Pepper was used as money. Saffron was worth more than gold. Cinnamon was reserved for kings and temples. Cloves and nutmeg were so expensive that a single cargo could finance a military expedition. The idea that these substances would one day be available to anyone in uniform little jars at prices that even the most modest household could afford would have been unthinkable to a medieval pepper merchant or a 17th century company shareholder. The democratization of spice was driven by several forces coming together at the same time. The first and most important was the breaking of the old monopolies. As smugglers, colonial officials, and botanical adventurers transplanted spice plants from their original habitats to new growing regions around the world, the supply of every major spice increased dramatically. Nutmeg, which had once grown only on a handful of tiny islands in Indonesia, was now also growing in the Caribbean, in Sri Lanka, in Malaysia, and in dozens of other tropical locations. Cloves, once confined to the Moluccas, were now produced in Zanzibar, Madagascar, and other Indian Ocean islands. Black pepper, which had been the exclusive product of the Malabar coast, was now being cultivated in Vietnam, Indonesia, Cambodia, Brazil, and beyond. As supply grew, prices fell, and spices that had once been reserved for the wealthy gradually became accessible to everyone. The opening of the Suez Canal in 1869 accelerated this process by dramatically cutting the time and cost of shipping spices from Asia to Europe. Before the canal, goods from India and Southeast Asia had to travel around the entire southern tip of Africa, a journey of many months that added enormously to the expense. The canal reduced the distance by thousands of miles and shortened shipping times from weeks to days, making it practical to import spices in quantities that would have been unimaginable to earlier generations. The rise of the commercial spice industry in the 19th and 20th centuries completed the change. Companies developed industrial methods for cleaning, grinding, packaging, and distributing spices on a scale that brought per-unit costs down to a fraction of what they had been. These companies built supply chains connecting farmers in India, Indonesia, and East Africa to consumers in London, New York, and Berlin, standardizing quality, ensuring consistency, and eliminating the many layers of middlemen who had pushed prices higher for centuries. The growth of one particular American company illustrates this process beautifully. In 1947, it acquired a West Coast competitor, giving it distribution across the entire United States. In 1959, it launched a new line targeting home cooks who wanted better ingredients. In 1963, it redesigned its packaging, replacing traditional tin cans with bottles featuring plastic flip-top lids that were easier to use. Each of these steps was aimed at making spices more convenient, more accessible, and more appealing to the ordinary household cook. The supermarket revolution of the mid-20th century was the final step. Before supermarkets, spices were typically bought at specialized shops, open-air markets, or from traveling merchants. The modern supermarket placed spices alongside every other grocery item, turning them from a deliberate, somewhat ceremonial purchase into something you could toss into your cart on the way to the checkout. The standardized spice rack, with its neat rows of alphabetically arranged jars, became a fixture of the Western kitchen, a quiet monument to the extraordinary transformation that had turned the most coveted luxuries of the ancient world into items costing less than a cup of coffee. But the economic consequences of this democratization were felt most sharply by the people who actually grew the spices. As prices fell, the margins for farming shrank, pushing many small-scale growers in India, Indonesia, and East Africa into hardship. A farmer in Kerala who grew black pepper might earn only a few coins per kilogram for a crop that took years to mature and demanded intensive labor to harvest and process. The commercial companies that bought his pepper would sell it at many times the farm price, with the difference absorbed by processors, shippers, middlemen, and retailers. The democratization of spice for the consumer was, in many cases, the impoverishment of the farmer. The journey from luxury to commodity is not unique to spices, but it is perhaps more dramatic in the spice trade than in any other market. The contrast between the medieval world, in which a pound of pepper could buy a house, and the modern world in which a jar of ground pepper costs less than a newspaper, captures one of the most fundamental economic shifts in human history. The forces that drove this change, the breaking of monopolies, the spreading of production around the world, the industrialization of processing and distribution, are the same forces that have made thousands of other goods more affordable and accessible. But in the case of spices, the contrast is so extreme, and the history behind it so vivid, that it stands as one of the clearest windows into how profoundly the modern world has changed our relationship with the things we eat. And one of the most curious products of this long journey from luxury to commodity was a simple jar of yellow powder that would come to represent both the best and the worst of how cultures share their food. In a London shop sometime around 1784, a jar of yellow powder appeared on the shelves that would change the way an entire empire thought about Indian food. The label read curry powder, and the contents were a pre-mixed blend of turmeric, coriander, cumin, fenugreek, and chili, designed to allow British housewives to recreate the flavors of Indian cooking without the trouble of buying, measuring, and combining individual spices. It was, So far as historians can tell, among the first commercially sold curry powders in Britain, and it represented a radical simplification of one of the world's most complex culinary traditions into a single, convenient product. The story of curry powder is a story about colonialism, cultural translation, and the unexpected ways in which food travels between civilizations. The word curry itself has a tangled history. The most widely accepted explanation traces it to a Tamil word meaning sauce or gravy, typically one made with spices and served with rice. Portuguese traders on the Malabar coast borrowed the word in the 1500s, and the British, arriving later, shaped it into curry. But in India, there is no single dish called curry. The word refers to an entire universe of preparations, each with its own specific spice blend, each varying by region, by season, by available ingredients, and by the taste of the cook. A fish preparation from Kerala, a lamb dish from Rajasthan, a mustard-sauced dish from Bengal, and a lentil stew from Tamil Nadu share almost nothing in common, except that they are all cooked with spices and served with some kind of sauce. The British, however, wanted simplicity. Officers and administrators who had served in India and grown fond of the food wanted to eat similar meals when they returned to England, but they lacked the knowledge, the ingredients, and the patience to prepare fresh spice blends from scratch. Curry powder was the solution, a single, standardized mixture that could be added to meat or vegetables to produce something that roughly approximated the flavor of Indian cooking. Commercial production grew rapidly in the late 1700s and early 1800s, with several companies offering their own versions. The great irony of curry powder is that while it became enormously popular in Britain and across the British Empire, it was essentially unknown in India. Indian cooks did not use pre-mixed spice powders. They prepared their blends fresh for each dish, toasting and grinding whole spices as needed, adjusting the proportions to suit the particular recipe. The idea of a universal spice blend that could work for any dish ran against the entire philosophy of Indian cooking, which prizes specificity, freshness, and the skilled judgment of the person at the stove. As the British Empire expanded, curry powder traveled with it. British administrators brought it to the Caribbean, where it was adopted with enthusiasm and adapted to local ingredients. Trinidadian curry, Jamaican curry goat, and the curries of Guyana and Suriname all trace their origins to this colonial introduction, though each has evolved far beyond its starting point into something distinctive and wonderful. Similarly, curry powder reached Africa, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific through British networks, establishing itself in the food traditions of countries from Kenya to Malaysia to Fiji. The curry house phenomenon in Britain is one of the most remarkable stories of food and migration in the 20th century. The first Indian restaurants in Britain appeared in the early 1800s, serving mainly British customers who had acquired a taste for Indian food during their time overseas. But it was the wave of immigration from Bangladesh in the 1960s and 70s that transformed curry from an exotic novelty into a national institution. Immigrants, many from the Sylhet region, opened restaurants across Britain, adapting their cooking to British tastes and creating a distinctive style of restaurant food that bore only a passing resemblance to the cooking of any specific region of South Asia. By the early 21st century, there were an estimated 12,000 curry houses in Britain, employing roughly 100,000 people and generating annual sales of several billion pounds. The tension between authentic regional traditions and commercialized blends remains one of the most lively debates in the food world. Those who value authenticity argue that curry powder represents a colonial flattening of Indian culinary richness, reducing hundreds of distinct traditions to a single homogenized product. Those who defend it counter that curry powder, however imperfect, introduced millions of people around the world to Indian flavors and created a curiosity that eventually led many consumers to seek out more genuine region-specific cooking. Both sides make fair points, and the truth is that curry powder has been both a doorway and an obstacle to understanding the true depth of Indian cuisine. The global spread of curry also raises interesting questions about cultural ownership and culinary change. Japanese curry, introduced to Japan by the British Royal Navy in the late 1800s, and now one of the most popular dishes in the country, bears very little resemblance to anything cooked in India. British chicken tikka masala, reportedly invented in a Glasgow restaurant in the 1970s and once famously declared Britain's national dish, is a creation that exists nowhere in traditional Indian cooking. Are these dishes a form of cultural borrowing, or are they legitimate new traditions? There are no easy answers, but the questions themselves show the extraordinary power of spices to cross borders, change shape, and create new meanings in every place they land. The story of curry powder is, in the end, a story about the tension between simplicity and complexity, between convenience and craft, between the desire to classify and control, and the endlessly creative resistance of the cultures being classified. It was an invention of empire, born from the British wish to consume Indian flavors without engaging with Indian subtlety. But the cuisines that grew from it, from Trinidadian street food to Japanese comfort cooking to British takeaway, have taken on lives of their own, generating new traditions and new forms of joy that no one could have predicted. And as curry powder spread around the world, a much older problem was growing worse: the ancient and persistent temptation to cheat, to stretch a valuable spice with something cheaper, to sell a lie in a jar. In the city of Nuremberg in the 1500s, a spice merchant was caught mixing ground olive pits into his pepper. The punishment was swift and public, and by some accounts extreme enough to serve as a warning to every other merchant in the city for a generation. Whether this particular story is documented fact or cautionary legend, the severity it describes reflects a genuine and widespread fear about spice fraud that has existed for as long as spices have been traded. Where there is profit, there is temptation, and few goods in the history of commerce have offered more temptation to the dishonest than ground spices, whose true nature is hidden the moment they are reduced to powder. The history of spice adulteration is almost as old as the spice trade itself. As early as the 1st century of the Common Era, the Roman writer Pliny complained about the faking of pepper in the marketplace, noting that merchants bulked out their stocks with juniper berries. Medieval European markets were plagued by spice fraud on what can only be called an industrial scale. Ground ginger was stretched with flour, cinnamon was padded with wood shavings, and saffron, the most expensive spice of all, was mixed with marigold petals, safflower threads, dried beetroot fibers, and even silk dyed red. The profits available from cheating with a substance that sold for many times its weight in gold was so enormous that the trade attracted not just petty criminals, but organized networks of suppliers and merchants who ran sophisticated operations. The medieval response was, by modern standards, extraordinarily harsh. In Nuremberg, which was one of the most important spice trading cities in German-speaking Europe, the city council enacted a specific legal code for the saffron trade. Under this code, anyone caught tampering with saffron could be fined, imprisoned, or, in the most extreme cases, executed by being burned alive alongside their fraudulent goods. The French authorities imposed similarly severe punishments. England enacted its own anti-fraud laws, though enforcement was famously inconsistent. The Guild of Pepperers in London, which later evolved into one of the city's great historic companies, was established partly to regulate the quality of spices sold in the English market. Guild inspectors were authorized to examine incoming shipments and reject anything that showed signs of tampering. The English word garble, which today means to confuse or jumble, originally came from the Arabic word for sifting or selecting and entered the language through the work of these medieval spice inspectors. The problem grew worse during the industrial era. As people moved from the countryside to cities in the 1700s and 1800s, the direct relationship between the person who grew the spice and the person who bought it was broken. City residents who had once purchased whole spices from trusted local merchants now bought ground spices from anonymous suppliers, and the opportunities for fraud multiplied. In the early 1800s, a British chemist published a landmark investigation revealing the shocking extent of food and spice fraud in London. He found that most ground pepper sold in the city contained significant amounts of sweepings from mill floors, ground pea husks, and other fillers that had no business being near anyone's dinner. The pure food movement that emerged in the late 1800s was driven in part by outrage over these practices. In the United States, a landmark law passed in 1906 was the first national legislation to ban the sale of adulterated or mislabeled food. The law led to the creation of a federal agency that continues to oversee food safety to this day. It was pushed through by a combination of investigative journalism, scientific testing, and public anger. Writers exposed quack medicines and dangerous products, and a famous novel about the horrifying conditions in the meat industry created the political conditions for reform. Spice fraud was part of the broader pattern of food dishonesty that the law was designed to address. In Britain, similar laws were passed in the 1860s and onward, establishing legal standards for food quality and authorizing inspectors to test and prosecute adulterated products. These laws were prompted in part by a physician who conducted careful microscopic examinations of food products sold in London and published his findings in a medical journal, revealing widespread tampering with coffee, tea, bread, milk, and spices. The modern spice fraud crisis shows that the problem has never truly been solved. In the 1990s, ground paprika sold in one European country was found to contain a toxic substance that had been added to enhance its color, causing several deaths and triggering a national food safety scandal. In the early 2000s, ground chili products imported into Europe and the United States were found to contain industrial dyes that had no place in food. Advanced testing methods, including techniques that can identify the genetic material of plants, have revealed that spice tampering remains widespread in the global supply chain. Studies have found that significant percentages of ground spices sold in ordinary shops contain materials from plants other than those listed on the label. Ground oregano has been found to contain olive leaves. Ground cumin has tested positive for undeclared nut-derived materials, posing a potentially life-threatening risk to people with nut allergies. Saffron remains one of the most commonly tampered with spices in the world, with many products labeled as pure saffron actually containing cheaper substitutes. The battle between honest spice and commercial deception continues in our own time, fought with increasingly powerful tools on both sides. Genetic testing, chemical analysis, and advanced laboratory techniques give regulators the ability to detect fraud at levels that would have been invisible to a medieval inspector. But the financial rewards for cheating remain as powerful as they have ever been. Ground spices, by their very nature, invite dishonesty. Once a spice is reduced to powder, its identity becomes a matter of trust. And trust in the global supply chain remains in short supply. And while the battle for purity continues in laboratories and courtrooms, there is another dimension of the spice story that runs far deeper than commerce or chemistry, a dimension that touches the most sacred parts of human experience. In the Temple of Jerusalem, roughly 3,000 years ago, a priest performed a daily ritual that had been carried out by his predecessors for generations before him. He approached a golden altar and burned a carefully prepared mixture of fragrant substances. The recipe for this sacred blend is specified in the holy texts, listing equal parts of 4 main ingredients along with smaller amounts of myrrh, cinnamon, saffron, and other aromatics. The smoke rising from the burning mixture was understood not merely as a pleasant fragrance, but as a physical bridge between the human world and the divine, a substance that carried prayers upward on columns of scented smoke. The connection between spices and the sacred is one of the oldest and most universal features of human religious life. In every major tradition across every continent and every era, aromatic plant substances have been used to call upon the divine, purify sacred spaces, mark important transitions, and connect the physical world with the spiritual. This connection is so ancient and so deeply woven into human experience that it may predate organized religion itself, rooted in the primal feeling that certain natural fragrances have the power to shift our awareness and create a sense of something greater than ourselves. In Christianity, frankincense and myrrh hold a central symbolic position. The story of the wise men from the East, as recorded in the Gospels, describes 3 gifts brought to the infant Jesus: gold, representing kingship; frankincense, representing the divine; and myrrh, representing mortality and suffering. This symbolism has shaped Christian worship for 2,000 years. In the Catholic Mass, frankincense is burned during the most sacred moments of the service: the procession of the Scripture, the blessing of the bread and wine, and the final blessing of the congregation. The rising smoke is understood to represent the prayers of the people rising to God. The Orthodox Christian churches use incense even more extensively, burning frankincense throughout their services and during the prayer offices that structure the monastic day. In Ethiopian Christianity, which preserves some of the oldest worship traditions in the Christian world, frankincense and myrrh are woven deeply into every service, reflecting the ancient trade connections between the Horn of Africa and the Arabian lands that supplied these resins for thousands of years. In Hinduism, the use of fragrant substances in worship is so fundamental that it is difficult to imagine Hindu practice without it. Archaeological evidence suggests that incense has been burned in India since at least 3,600 years before the Common Era. The traditional materials include sandalwood, camphor, and a wide variety of fragrant resins, flowers, and spices. Turmeric holds a particularly sacred status, symbolizing purity, prosperity, and good fortune. The application of turmeric paste to the body is a central part of Hindu wedding ceremonies, and turmeric is used in temple rituals, festivals, and daily prayers across the subcontinent. Saffron, with its deep golden color, is associated with spiritual wisdom and renunciation, and saffron-colored robes are worn by Hindu holy men and Buddhist monks alike. Buddhism adopted many of the aromatic practices of Hinduism, adapting them to its own philosophical framework. The burning of incense is a central feature of Buddhist meditation, and fragrance is understood to represent the beauty of a virtuous life. In the Buddhist temples of Japan, China, Korea, and Southeast Asia, incense is offered as one of the traditional forms of devotion. In Japan, the appreciation of fragrance has been elevated to a refined art form, with participants taking turns identifying rare aromatic woods and competing in fragrance games that combine sensitivity with spiritual cultivation. In Islam, the relationship with aromatics is particularly rich and tender. The Prophet Muhammad is recorded as saying that among the things of this world that were dearest to him were fragrance and prayer, placing the two side by side as sources of spiritual joy. Mosques throughout the Islamic world burn incense, particularly frankincense and a precious aromatic wood, during Friday prayers and on special occasions. The descriptions of paradise in Islamic scripture mention camphor and ginger among the pleasures awaiting the faithful, suggesting that the enjoyment of spice is not only a worldly pleasure but a foretaste of divine reward. One of the most interesting intersections of spice and religion comes from the medieval European belief that spices originated in paradise itself. Medieval thinkers, drawing on a literal reading of the story of the Garden of Eden, believed that paradise was a real physical place somewhere in the distant East. Because spices came from the East, and because they possessed flavors and fragrances that seemed almost supernaturally wonderful, it was logical to conclude that they grew in or near the Garden of Eden. This belief appears in many medieval maps, which show paradise at the top of the world, surrounded by spice-producing lands. The quest for spices was thus not only a commercial venture, but, in a sense, a spiritual one, a journey toward the source of the world's most heavenly substances. The use of spices in rituals surrounding death adds yet another dimension to the sacred connection. Egyptian embalmers used cinnamon, myrrh, and frankincense in the preservation of bodies for the afterlife. In Hindu tradition, the funeral pyre is scented with sandalwood and camphor. In Jewish practice, a special box filled with cloves, cinnamon, and other fragrant spices is used in the ceremony that marks the end of the Sabbath, with the sweet scent understood to revive the soul that is saddened by the departure of the holy day. Across all of these traditions, the underlying idea is the same. Spices, with their intense aromas and their origins in distant, mysterious places, are understood to possess qualities that go beyond the merely physical. They are substances that exist on the border between the material and the spiritual, the earthly and the divine. This is why they have been burned on altars, rubbed onto bodies, placed in tombs, and carried in processions for as long as human beings have practiced religion. The sacred use of spices is not a small or secondary part of their history. It is the oldest and most enduring chapter, running like a thread of fragrant smoke through every other part of the story. And now let us return from the sacred to the practical and look at where the spice trade stands today, in a world of global markets, changing climates, and a growing awareness that the people who grow our spices deserve a fairer share of the wealth they create. In the cardamom hills of Kerala, along the western Ghats of southern India, a farmer tends a plantation that his family has worked for 3 generations. His cardamom plants grow in the shade of tall forest trees, just as they have for centuries, and when the harvest arrives between August and February, his entire extended family picks the green pods by hand, dries them carefully, and carries them to the local auction house. In a good year, he earns enough to maintain his family and reinvest in his land. In a bad year, when the monsoon rains arrive too early or too late, when a bumper crop in Guatemala collapses the global price, or when disease strikes his plants, his family faces genuine hardship. He is one of roughly 6 million Indian families whose livelihoods depend on spice cultivation. And his experience captures a profound paradox of the modern spice trade, a global industry valued at over $17 billion annually that somehow leaves many of its producers in poverty. India remains the colossus of the spice world, producing roughly 70% of the planet's spices and exporting to more than 180 countries. The Spice Board of India, a government agency that regulates and promotes the industry, oversees the production of more than 50 different spices, from the black pepper of Kerala to the turmeric of Andhra Pradesh, the cardamom of the Western Ghats to the chili peppers of Rajasthan. The scale of the industry is enormous, contributing over 40% of global spice output and supporting a vast network of farmers, processors, traders, and exporters. But India's dominance has not translated into prosperity for the people who actually do the growing. The conventional spice supply chain is long and fragmented, with multiple layers of middlemen standing between the farmer and the consumer. A typical spice may pass through 4 or 5 intermediaries, each taking a share, before it arrives at the processing facility that cleans and grades and packages it for export. By the time a jar of ground turmeric reaches a supermarket shelf in London or New York, the farmer who grew the root may have received less than 5% of the retail price. Vietnam has emerged as a powerful competitor, particularly in black pepper, now the world's largest producer after aggressive expansion in the Central Highlands during the early 2000s. Indonesia continues to produce significant quantities of nutmeg, cloves, and white pepper, while Guatemala has grown into a major cardamom source, rivaling India's own production. China, Sri Lanka, Brazil, and several African nations round out the list of major spice-producing countries, and the competition among them keeps global prices under relentless downward pressure. The human costs of this price pressure are real and troubling. Labor organizations have identified child labor as a significant concern in spice industries across several countries, including clove harvesting in Tanzania, cumin production in Turkey, pepper cultivation in Vietnam, and vanilla farming in Madagascar. Spice harvesting is intensely labor-intensive work, and the low prices paid to farmers often push families to rely on the labor of their children simply to meet production targets. Women, who perform a disproportionate share of the work in spice cultivation and processing, are frequently paid less than men and have limited access to credit, training, and the market information that could improve their economic position. In response to these injustices, the fair trade and organic spice movements have emerged as meaningful alternatives. Organizations have established certification systems that require participating buyers to pay premium prices, ensure minimum labor standards, and invest in community development in spice-producing regions. Some companies have gone even further, establishing direct relationships with individual farmers and farming cooperatives, paying prices that are often 5 to 10 times the commodity rate, and investing in agricultural training and local infrastructure. These initiatives are making a real difference in the communities they reach, but their scale remains small relative to the vast global market, and the structural inequalities that keep spice farmers in poverty remain largely intact. Climate change represents perhaps the most serious threat to the global spice industry. The spices that humanity has cultivated for thousands of years evolved in very specific ecological niches, and many of them are acutely sensitive to changes in temperature, rainfall, and humidity. Black pepper production in Vietnam declined significantly in recent years due to heat and drought. Saffron yields in Iran have dropped as water availability diminishes. Vanilla production in Madagascar has been severely affected by increasingly frequent and intense tropical storms. Cardamom cultivation in India's Western Ghats is threatened by shifting monsoon patterns and rising temperatures. The consequences ripple through the entire global food system. When a cyclone destroys a significant portion of Madagascar's vanilla crop, the price of vanilla surges worldwide, affecting food manufacturers, bakers, ice cream producers, and consumers who may live thousands of miles from the tropical forests where vanilla grows. When drought reduces pepper yields in Vietnam, the cost of one of the world's most commonly used spices rises in every kitchen and restaurant that depends on it. Some farmers and researchers are responding to this crisis with innovation. In Kashmir, farmers are experimenting with controlled environment agriculture for saffron, growing the delicate crocus in greenhouses that allow precise control of temperature and moisture. In the United States, farmers from various regions are testing whether saffron can adapt to climates very different from its traditional habitats. In Hawaii, experimental plantations are growing cloves, cinnamon, and allspice, exploring whether tropical spices can thrive in new regions as their traditional growing areas become less hospitable. The modern spice trade stands at a crossroads. The industry is larger, more global, and more technologically sophisticated than at any point in its 10,000-year history. But it faces challenges that are in some ways more daunting than anything the spice trade has ever confronted. Climate change that threatens the ecological foundations of cultivation, economic structures that impoverish the growers, and a consumer culture that has grown so accustomed to cheap and abundant spices that it has lost touch with the extraordinary effort and vulnerability behind every jar on the shelf. And so let us turn now to the future, to the new chapter that is just beginning to be written in the long and remarkable story of the world's most aromatic plants. In a laboratory in New Jersey, a food scientist adjusts the settings on a spectrometer, analyzing the chemical composition of a synthetic vanilla compound. The molecule she is studying is vanillin, the primary flavor compound in natural vanilla, and the version she has synthesized is chemically identical to the molecule produced by the vanilla orchid in the forests of Madagascar. Her synthetic vanillin costs a few dollars per kilogram, while natural vanilla extract costs several hundred. The two are, by every measurable chemical standard, the same molecule, and yet the market for natural vanilla persists, because flavor, as it turns out, is not merely a matter of chemistry. It is a matter of story, of origin, of the human desire for authenticity in a world increasingly shaped by the artificial. The tension between natural and synthetic flavoring is one of the defining questions facing the spice industry in this century. Vanillin is the most prominent example, but it is far from the only one. Synthetic saffron flavoring can be produced at a fraction of the cost of genuine saffron. Artificial cinnamon flavoring is used in countless commercial products. The heat compound in chili peppers can be synthesized in a laboratory. In each case, the synthetic version replicates the primary flavor molecule of the natural spice, but it cannot capture the hundreds of minor compounds that give natural spices their complexity, their depth, and their sense of place. Against this backdrop, the craft spice movement has emerged as a deliberate counterpoint to commodification and synthetic substitution. In the past decade, a growing number of companies have built their business models on direct relationships with individual spice farmers, paying premium prices for traceable single-origin spices that are harvested, processed, and shipped with the same attention to quality that characterizes the specialty coffee and wine industries. This movement draws on the same philosophy that has already transformed those other industries, the idea that the story behind a product matters, that where something comes from is a form of quality, and that consumers have both the right and the responsibility to know how their food was produced. A jar of single-origin black pepper from a specific estate in Kerala offers something that a jar of generic ground pepper from a supermarket shelf simply cannot: a connection to a place, a person, and a tradition that gives the act of cooking a deeper significance. The people behind these companies are not simply selling spices, they are selling a relationship with the land and the farmer, and a growing number of consumers are responding. The rediscovery of forgotten indigenous spices is another trend quietly reshaping the landscape. As chefs and food writers explore the culinary traditions of underrepresented cultures, they are bringing attention to spices that the global market has long overlooked. Grains of paradise, the West African spice that rivaled black pepper in medieval Europe before being deliberately suppressed by Portuguese traders who wanted to protect their pepper monopoly, is finding new audiences in Western kitchens. Long pepper, which was more popular than black pepper in Roman cuisine before being displaced by its more familiar cousin, is being rediscovered by cooks who appreciate its layered and lingering heat. Middle Eastern and North African spices that were largely unknown in Western markets just a generation ago are now widely available, driven by the growing popularity of the cuisines that use them. The same process is happening with Korean chili flakes, Japanese spice blends, Ethiopian spice mixtures, and Caribbean seasonings, all finding new audiences far from their places of origin. This is not the spice trade of the colonial era, driven by conquest and exploitation, but something more like a conversation between cultures, carried forward by migration, curiosity, and the simple human pleasure of discovering a new flavor. Technology is opening new frontiers in spice cultivation as well. Indoor agriculture offers the possibility of growing spices in locations far removed from their traditional habitats. Farmers in the northeastern United States are experimenting with growing saffron in climate-controlled facilities, testing whether this most finicky of crops can be freed from its dependence on the specific conditions of its traditional growing regions. If these experiments succeed, they could transform saffron from a crop limited to a handful of places on Earth into one that can be cultivated anywhere with electricity and water. The environmental pressures on traditional growing regions will only intensify in the coming decades. The same climate changes already reducing yields in established spicelands will continue to accelerate. Adaptation strategies, including the development of heat-resistant and drought-tolerant spice varieties, the diversification of growing regions, and the adoption of farming practices that build resilience into the soil and the ecosystem, will be essential to maintaining the global spice supply. And yet, amid all of these challenges and changes, perhaps the most fundamental question is the simplest one. Will the ancient human craving for aromatic plant compounds survive in a world of artificial flavoring? Synthetic vanillin already accounts for the overwhelming majority of vanilla flavoring consumed worldwide, and the trend towards synthetic substitution is accelerating for other spices as well. If laboratory-produced saffron flavoring becomes indistinguishable from the natural product, will anyone continue to pay thousands of dollars per kilogram for the real thing? If synthetic heat compounds can replicate any chili pepper, will farmers in Mexico and India still find buyers? The answer, based on the evidence of the past decade, appears to be yes. The market for natural, high-quality, traceable spices is growing, not shrinking, driven by a movement of consumers who value authenticity, sustainability, and the human stories behind the products they choose. The small companies championing these values represent a growing segment of the market, one that is willing to pay more for quality and connection. The story of spices began roughly 10,000 years ago, when a prehistoric forager discovered that certain plants made food taste better and medicine work more effectively. It has continued through the rise and fall of empires, through the mapping of oceans and the drawing of borders, through slavery and liberation, through monopoly and competition, through luxury and commodity. At every stage, the same forces have driven the story forward: the human desire for flavor, the ingenuity of farmers and traders, the power of markets, and the restless creativity of cooks who will always find new ways to combine the aromatic gifts of the plant world into something that nourishes and delights. The spice trade has survived everything that history has thrown at it. It has survived the fall of Rome and the collapse of the Silk Road, the violence of colonialism and the upheaval of industrialization, the invention of artificial flavoring and the disruption of global supply chains. It will survive the challenges of this century too, though in forms that neither a Roman pepper merchant nor a colonial spice lord could have imagined. And so, as we reach the end of this long and winding journey through the history of spices, perhaps the most comforting thought is this: that somewhere in the world right now, a farmer is tending a plant whose ancestors have been cultivated for thousands of years, and somewhere else, a cook is reaching for a jar of something fragrant, something ancient, something that connects them in a quiet and invisible way to every human being who has ever craved the taste of something more. Thank you for listening, and sleep well.